kindly request all the participants to sit down, please. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Bienvenue en Tunisie. Je vous prie de vous lever afin de saluer le hymne national. Yes, okay. Please stand to salute the national anthem. And now we will celebrate the Comesa anthem.
People of Africa, your dream is a reality. Women and men and children rejoice, Comesa is yours. Wonderful Comesa.
People of Africa, rise up and unite as one. Hard like is key to prosperity, united we stand.
Wonderful Comesa. Wonderful Comesa. Forward with Comesa.
Comesa is key to prosperity and unity. Wonderful Comesa, forward with Comesa. Comesa is key to prosperity and unity. People of Africa, rejoice in Comesa's word. It is the hope for the future. It is the key. Wonderful Comesa. Wonderful Comesa. Forward with Comesa. Comesa is key to prosperity.
Son Excellence, Madame la Ministre de la Famille, de la Femme, de l'Enfance et des Personnes âgées, Excellences, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un immense honneur et un véritable privilège de vous accueillir aujourd'hui à l'occasion de la 7e édition de la foire commerciale et de la conférence d'affaires des femmes entrepreneurs dans la région du marché commun de l'Afrique orientale et australe, COMESA. Au cours des prochains jours, cette conférence réunira des dirigeants visionnaires, des entrepreneurs, des décideurs publics, des partenaires au développement, ainsi que des acteurs du changement, venus de l'ensemble de la région, du COMESA et d'ailleurs. Aujourd'hui, nous ne sommes pas simplement réunis pour participer à une conférence. Nous sommes ici pour bâtir des passerelles, renforcer des partenariats et contribuer ensemble à façonner l'avenir d'un commerce africain plus inclusif et résolument orienté vers le numérique. Placé sous le thème « Un marché, un avenir, la transformation numérique pour ouvrir la voie vers la zone de libre-échange continentale et africaine », cette édition célèbre la force de la coopération, le pouvoir de l'innovation et l'ambition commune qui nous rassemble. La Tunisie est fière d'accueillir cet événement d'envergure qui réunit des femmes et des hommes d'exception pleinement engagés en faveur de l'intégration régionale et de la transformation économique durable de notre continent. En tant que modératrice générale de cet événement et au nom du comité des organisations, j'ai le grand plaisir de vous souhaiter à toutes et à tous la plus chaleureuse des bienvenues. Je vous souhaite des échanges enrichissants, des rencontres porteuses d'opportunités, des partenariats durables et une conférence inspirante et fructueuse. Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à la CTF 2026, bienvenue en Tunisie, une terre où l'histoire, la culture et l'innovation se rencontrent pour ouvrir ensemble les voies de l'avenir. Her Excellency Minister of Family, Women, Children and the Elderly, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we gather for the 7th ConfWeb Regional Trade Fair and Business Conference. Over the next few days, this conference will bring together visionary leaders, entrepreneurs, policymakers, development partners, and change makers from across the COMESA region and beyond. Today, we are not merely attending a conference. We are building bridges, strengthening partnership, and shaping the future of inclusive and digital trade in Africa. Under the inspiring theme, One Market, One Future, Digital Pathway to Enhancing the African Continental Free Trade Fair, we celebrate the power of collaboration, innovation, and shared ambition. Tunisia is proud to host such an exceptional gathering of distinguished women and men committed to advancing regional integration and sustainable economic transformation. As a general moderator of this event and on behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome each of you and to wish you fruitful discussion, meaningful connection, and an inspiring conference experience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CTF 2026 and welcome to Tunisia, a country where history, culture, and innovation meet. And now, without further ado, I have the great pleasure of inviting Mr. Chikaku Lamiti, CEO of ConfWeb, who will moderate this opening ceremony, to take the floor. Mr. Miti, we warmly welcome you.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, Madam Asma Jebri, Minister of Family, Women, Children, and the Elderly. Your Excellency, Madam Chileshe Kapwepwe, SG of COMESA. Your Excellency, Dr. Dave Haman, Assistant Secretary General of COMESA. Your Excellency, Dr. Nance Saungweme, Ambassador of Zimbabwe to Malawi and Dean of the Diplomatic Corps in Malawi. Your Excellency, the French Ambassador, Your Excellency, Madame Maureen Sumbwe, Chairperson, CONFIB Board of Directors, CEOs of COMESA institutions here present, the Registrar of the Court of Justice, Your Excellency, Dr. Yusuf Kodufan, Executive Director of IMEC, Madam Leila Bekaria Jeba, Vice Chairperson of the CONFIB Board of Directors, Mr. Samia Majou, President of Utica, Chairperson of CONFIB chapters here present, distinguished development partners, Madam Mary Christine, President of the World Association of Women Entrepreneurs, representative of the COMESA member states here present, the Captain of Industry, esteemed entrepreneurs, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed my great honor and privilege to preside over the official opening session and also to welcome you all to CTF7. This is our 7th edition of CONFIB Trade Fair. We greatly appreciate your presence, and your presence clearly outlines your commitment to this very important and noble cause of advancing women entrepreneurship as well as youth entrepreneurship in Africa. We are gathered here for the Trade Fair and Business Conference under the theme One Future, One Market, and that market being COMESA. Women and young people represent the greatest source of entrepreneurship, creativity, resilience within our economy. Every day, they establish businesses, create employment, introduce innovation solutions, and contribute to community development. Women-owned companies, they're doing very well in the region. When you look at cross-border trade, over 70% of the participants are women in business. Yet, many continue to face significant barriers, including limited access to finance, inadequate business support services, restricted market information, unequal participation in value chains, and challenges in accessing cross-border markets. This is why the work of CONFIB is more important today than ever before. As you might be aware, CONFIB is a COMESA institution that was created by the COMESA heads of state in 1993 to address the challenges that women and youth face as they participate in the regional integration agenda. Our vision is aimed at building an ecosystem where women-owned and youth-owned enterprises can grow into regional and global businesses that create jobs, stimulate innovation, and contribute meaningfully to sustainable economic growth. The one future, one market reminds us that our future is interconnected. Every partnership we establish, every business we support, and every young entrepreneur we empower brings us closer to achieving this very important shared vision. Honorable Minister and distinguished delegates, I am convinced that together we can transform challenges into opportunities. We can strengthen regional trade and empower women and youth. And now moving on to the focus of this particular session, May I, at this point in time, welcome to the podium the first speaker for this morning, Mr. Samuel Maju. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together as we welcome the first speaker.
صباح الخير مرحبا بكم bienvenue à tous you're welcome. Excellences, Madame la ministre de la Famille, de la Femme, de l'Enfance et des Personnes âgées, Excellences, Madame la Secrétaire Générale du COMESA, Excellences, Madame la Présidente du Conseil d'Administration du COMFWEB, Excellences, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général adjoint de la COMESA, Madame la Présidente de la Chambre nationale des femmes chefs d'entreprise CNFSCE, chère Leïla, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs et chefs de délégation, Mesdames les membres du Bureau exécutif national de la CNFCE, distinguées femmes chefs d'entreprise venues des 21 pays de l'espace COMESA, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des médias, honorables invités en vos rangs, titres et qualités. C'est pour moi un honneur de prendre la parole aujourd'hui au nom du patronat tunisien, l'UTICA, pour vous souhaiter la plus chaleureuse des bienvenues en Tunisie à l'occasion de la 7e foire commerciale régionale de la Fédération des femmes entrepreneurs du COMESA. Que vous veniez des rives de l'océan Indien, des Grands Lacs, de l'Afrique australe ou orientale, vous êtes ici chez vous. Tunis est honorée d'être, durant ces 3 jours, la capitale économique de l'entrepreneuriat féminin africain, le carrefour de l'innovation et le cœur battant de l'intégration continentale. Mesdames et messieurs, le choix de la Tunisie pour abriter cette 7e édition ne relève pas du hasard. Il consacre la vocation historique de notre pays, celle d'être un trait d'union immuable, un pont stratégique jeté entre l'Afrique, la Méditerranée et le reste du monde. La Tunisie d'aujourd'hui se positionne fièrement comme un hub d'investissement hautement compétitif, moderne et résilient. Notre pays dispose d'atouts structurels exceptionnels que nous mettons au service de nos partenaires africains. Nos infrastructures logistiques et de communication de premier ordre, la profondeur de notre secteur financier et la densité de nos tissus industriels font de la Tunisie une plateforme idéale pour rayonner sur le continent. Mais notre plus grande richesse, notre avantage comparatif le plus précieux, réside dans notre capital humain. La Tunisie abrite un écosystème entrepreneurial dynamique porté par une jeunesse technophile, des ingénieurs de classe mondiale et des entreprises innovantes qui exportent leur savoir-faire sur les marchés les plus exigeants. En accueillant cet événement majeur à Tunis, en partenariat avec la CNFCE, l'UTICA réaffirme l'engagement absolu du secteur privé tunisien à être le moteur de l'intégration économique africaine. Nous ne voyons pas les frontières du COMESA ou de la ZLECAf comme des limites géographiques, mais comme horizons de co-développement, de chaînes de valeur partagées et de prospérité mutuelle. Mesdames et messieurs, le thème de notre conférence, un marché, un avenir, les voies numériques pour exploiter la ZLECAf résonnent avec pertinence. Mais ce marché unique et cet avenir africain ne pourront se construire sans la moitié de notre continent, nos femmes, nos chères femmes. Je tiens à le dire avec force du haut de cette tribune, la femme entrepreneur n'est pas simplement un acteur de l'économie africaine, elle en est le pilier, le moteur et l'avenir. Car la femme n'est pas un sujet social, elle est un moteur de croissance économique. En Afrique et particulièrement dans l'espace COMESA, les femmes constituent la colonne vertébrale des PME et du commerce transfrontalier. Elles transforment les défis quotidiens en opportunités d'affaires, créent des emplois, stabilisent les communautés et réinvestissent massivement dans l'éducation et la santé. En Tunisie, l'émancipation économique des femmes est une réalité historique et une fierté nationale. À travers la Chambre nationale des femmes chefs d'entreprise, notre chapter national de la Fédération des femmes entrepreneurs du COMESA, Les femmes tunisiennes démontrent chaque jour leur capacité à exceller dans tous les secteurs, de l'agroalimentaire à l'intelligence artificielle en passant par les industries créatives et les technologies vertes. Mesdames et messieurs, soutenir l'entrepreneuriat féminin n'est pas une question d'équité ou d'action sociale. C'est un impératif de rationalité économique. Libérer le plein potentiel des 300 entreprises dirigées par des femmes ici présentes et des millions d'autres à travers nos 21 pays, c'est injecter une énergie de croissance phénoménale dans notre produit intérieur brut continental. Mesdames et messieurs, nous vivons une époque de transformation accélérée où la géographie ne doit plus être une barrière au commerce. C'est là tout le sens du virage technologique que prend cette édition. La digitalisation comme accélérateur de l'accès au marché, le commerce intra-africain souffre encore de barrières physiques, douanières, logistiques complexes. Face à ces défis, le numérique offre un formidable pouvoir de désenclavement. Les plateformes d'e-commerce, les solutions de fintech, le paiement mobile et la dématérialisation des procédures douanières sont autant de leviers puissants qui permettent aux femmes africaines de s'affranchir des contraintes intermédiaires et de conquérir de nouveaux marchés directement depuis leurs entreprises. Le rôle des institutions comme le COMESA et des organisations patronales comme l'UTICA est de bâtir les autoroutes numériques qui permettront à un entrepreneur à Tunis de vendre instantanément ses produits ou ses services technologiques à Lusaka, Kampala, Antananarivo ou toute autre capitale. Nous devons accélérer l'interopérabilité de nos systèmes de paiement, généraliser les compétences numériques et concevoir des politiques commerciales sensibles au genre, afin que la ZLECAf devienne une réalité pour nos micro, petites et moyennes entreprises. Mesdames et messieurs, cette 7e foire commerciale ne doit pas être un simple lieu de discours ou de rencontres éphémères. Elle doit être le point de départ de partenariats industriels solides, de joint ventures innovantes et de contrats d'exportation durables. Les opportunités sont immenses. Durant ces 3 jours, à travers les sessions B2B, structurer les espaces d'exposition, vous allez faire la démonstration éclatante de l'excellence du Made in Africa. Le secteur privé tunisien est prêt. L'UTICA est pleinement engagé à vos côtés pour faciliter ces maillages et pour faire de Tunis le catalyseur de nos ambitions continentales. Je tiens à exprimer une profonde gratitude au secrétariat général du COMESA, à l'équipe continentale de la Fédération des femmes entrepreneurs COMESA, ainsi qu'à la CNFCE et à l'ensemble des ministères et partenaires internationaux pour l'organisation exceptionnelle de ce forum. Je vous invite, toutes et tous, au-delà des séances de travail, à découvrir la Tunisie, sa culture millénaire, son hospitalité légendaire et la vitalité de son économie. Ensemble, connectés par le numérique, forts de la créativité de nos femmes et portés par une vision commune, construisons cette Afrique unie, prospère et inclusive. C'est sur cette note d'optimisme et de confiance que je déclare au nom de l'UTICA et en parfaite synergie avec les autorités de mon pays, mon soutien total aux travaux de la 7e foire commerciale régionale du COMFW. Vive l'entrepreneuriat féminin, vive la coopération intra-africaine et que le succès couronne vos échanges. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention, mais permettez-moi de continuer sur notre cher continent. Alors, l'Afrique. L'Afrique est à la fois un continent d'opportunités et de défis. L'Afrique, et nous en sommes responsables, doit faire de sa transition démographique un véritable dividende démographique, ce qui nécessite de créer un marché du travail capable d'absorber plus de 10 millions de jeunes par an. L'Afrique, c'est le continent le plus jeune au monde. Il y a plus d'1 milliard de jeunes de moins de 30 ans sur une population totale d'1,6 milliard, soit 63% de la population africaine à moins de 30 ans. Et c'est notre capitale. La jeunesse africaine est un atout stratégique. D'un autre côté, l'Afrique se développe de manière inédite. C'est le continent le plus dynamique au monde. C'est le continent qui a la croissance la plus forte au monde ces dernières années. C'est donc le continent de l'avenir. Et il a été le berceau de l'humanité. Qu'est-ce qu'on souhaite? Qu'est-ce qu'on développe ensemble? C'est un panafricanisme positif qui veut juste bâtir son continent, soulever ses défis, avec un agenda de paix, de croissance économique forte, inclusive et durable, de prospérité, d'indépendance, de souveraineté et d'autonomie stratégique pour ne pas dépendre de la domination de quiconque. Et offrir un avenir meilleur pour les prochaines générations, réduire la migration subie qui fait fuir nos talents. Bien sûr, nous croyons à une Afrique dont toutes les barrières tarifaires et non tarifaires démantelées, un marché commun africain. Nous croyons dans le commerce ouvert. Nous ne croyons pas dans l'hégémonie de quelques-uns sur les autres. Nous devons attirer les investisseurs du monde entier. Et là, nous devons travailler sur notre attractivité pour développer notre continent et monter dans la chaîne de valeur. C'est le cœur de notre défi. Structurer une chaîne industrielle qui fait que l'Afrique ne sera pas simplement un continent de l'extraction des ressources naturelles, des matières premières, des minerais critiques, des terres rares, mais de leur transformation et valorisation sur le continent. Ce continent a toutes les clés en main. Je rappelle aussi que l'Afrique a 2 sièges au G20, et c'est important. Le siège de l'Afrique du Sud, plus celui de l'Union africaine. Merci beaucoup, vive l'Afrique, et bonne chance à tous. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for that inspiring speech. At this point in time, without much ado, I'll call upon Madam Leila Bekaria Jaba, who is the Vice Chairperson of the COMESA Federation of Women in Business Board of Directors. Let us clap our hands.
Merci. Son Excellence Madame Shileche Mpudu Kapwepe, secrétaire générale du COMESA. Son Excellence Madame Asma Gebri, ministre de la Famille, de la Femme, de l'Enfance et des Seniors. Madame Maureen Sambwe, présidente de la COMFWEB, COMESA Federation of Women in Business. Monsieur Semil Majour, président de l'UTCHICA, Union tunisienne de l'industrie, du commerce et de l'artisanat. Son Excellence Dr Youssef Kordafeni, Executive Director de l'IMEC, le Centre d'excellence de l'Afrique des marchés inclusifs. Son Excellence l'ambassadrice de France en Tunisie, partenaire diamant de cette édition, chère Anne. Son Excellence l'ambassadrice d'Allemagne en Tunisie, partenaire platine de cette édition, chère Elisabeth. Monsieur Miti Shukakalula, CEO de la COMFWEB. Monsieur Dev Hamad, secrétaire général adjoint de la COMESA. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs, chers membres du bureau exécutif et membres de la CNFCE Tunis et régionale, Mesdames les présidentes des chapitres nationaux de la COMFWEB, Mesdames et Messieurs les présidents des fédérations et chambres de commerce de l'UTCHICA, chers invités, chers collègues, chers amis, Mesdames et Messieurs, tout protocole observé. Votre présence à nos côtés aujourd'hui traduit une conviction partagée lorsque les institutions publiques, les organisations régionales, le secteur privé et les partenaires avancent ensemble, les opportunités deviennent des réalisations. Il y a quelques mois, lorsque nous avons commencé à préparer la CTF 2026, COMESA Trade Fair 2026, nous avions un programme, un budget, des objectifs et beaucoup de réunions. Mais aujourd'hui, en regardant cette salle, je réalise que cet événement n'est ni un programme, ni un budget, ni même une conférence. Ce sont avant tout des femmes et des hommes qui ont décidé de traverser des frontières pour se rencontrer. Et dans le monde actuel, cela n'a rien d'anodin. Nous vivons à une époque où nous pouvons communiquer instantanément avec n'importe qui, partout dans le monde. Pourtant, rien ne remplace une poignée de main. Rien ne remplace une conversation sincère. Rien ne remplace la confiance qui naît lorsqu'on se regarde dans les yeux. C'est pour cela que nous sommes ici, parce que nous partageons un même continent et surtout un même avenir. Un avenir que nous avons la responsabilité de construire ensemble. Voilà pourquoi nous avons choisi le thème One Market, One Future, un marché, un futur pour cette 7e édition. Personnellement, ce que j'aime le plus dans ce type de rencontre, ce ne sont pas seulement les discours, ce sont les histoires. L'histoire de cette femme entrepreneur qui a commencé seule et qui exporte aujourd'hui dans plusieurs pays. L'histoire de ce jeune entrepreneur qui transforme une idée en entreprise. Les histoires de ces partenariats improbables qui naissent parfois autour d'un café ou d'une rencontre B2B et qui deviennent quelques années plus tard de véritables histoires de réussite. Au fond, le développement économique n'est pas une affaire de chiffres, c'est une affaire de personnes. Et derrière chaque entreprise représentée ici, il y a du courage, des sacrifices, des échecs parfois, mais surtout une formidable capacité à recommencer et à avancer. C'est particulièrement pour les femmes entrepreneurs africaines. J'ai eu le privilège, grâce à la Confweb, comme sa Federation of Women in Business, de rencontrer des femmes extraordinaires à travers notre continent. Des femmes qui créent des entreprises dans des environnements complexes. Des femmes qui innovent sans attendre que toutes les conditions soient réunies. Des femmes qui ne demandent pas la permission de réussir. Et chaque fois que je les rencontre, je ressors avec la même conviction. L'Afrique possède déjà une grande partie des solutions dont elle a besoin. Elles sont dans cette salle. Elles sont dans nos entreprises. Elles sont dans nos talents. Elles sont dans notre jeunesse. Elles sont dans notre capacité à travailler ensemble. Au fil de ces rencontres, j'ai surtout découvert que malgré la diversité de nos pays, de nos cultures, de nos marchés, nous partageons les mêmes aspirations. Développer nos entreprises, accéder à nos nouveaux marchés, créer des partenariats durables, innover, offrir davantage d'opportunités aux générations qui suivent. Pour transformer ce potentiel en résultat, nous avons besoin que la facilitation de nos échanges devienne une réalité quotidienne et que nos objectifs communs, nos programmes et nos engagements régionaux trouvent leur traduction dans des feuilles de route communes, réalistes et applicables sur le terrain. L'intégration économique avance lorsque chacun de nous joue pleinement son rôle. Les États, les institutions régionales, les organisations professionnelles, les partenaires et les entreprises. C'est dans cet esprit de coopération que nous pourrons transformer les opportunités offertes par la COMESA dans le cadre de la ZLECAf en résultats concrets que pour nos entreprises et pour nos économies. En tant que Tunisienne, je suis particulièrement heureuse de vous accueillir aujourd'hui. La Tunisie est un petit pays par sa taille, mais c'est un pays qui a toujours regardé au-delà de ses frontières, un pays qui croit au dialogue, un pays qui croit au savoir, un pays qui croit à l'entreprise, un pays qui croit au talent des femmes et surtout un pays qui croit profondément à l'Afrique. Ces 3 prochains jours ne doivent pas être seulement un événement réussi. Ils doivent être le point de départ de nouvelles amitiés, de nouveaux partenariats et, je l'espère, de nombreuses réussites communes. Alors, je vous invite à profiter de notre rencontre, de chaque rencontre, à être curieux, à être ouvert, à sortir de votre zone habituelle, parce qu'on ne sait jamais quelle conversation peut changer la trajectoire d'une entreprise, d'un projet ou parfois d'une vie. Dans quelques années, nous ne nous souviendrons pas uniquement de chaque discours prononcé aujourd'hui, mais aussi des décisions qui ont été prises, des engagements qui auraient été retenus, des rencontres B2B qui auront ouvert de nouveaux marchés et des partenaires qui auront vu le jour sur le terrain. Des partenariats, qui ont vu le jour sur le terrain. C'est cela, la véritable réussite que je souhaite à cette 7e édition de la CTF 2026. Merci d'avoir choisi d'être avec nous. Merci d'avoir fait le voyage jusqu'à Tunis. Merci de faire partie de cette belle aventure africaine. Je vous souhaite la bienvenue, non seulement au CTF 2026, mais aussi chez nous, en Tunisie. Je tiens à remercier particulièrement toute l'équipe d'organisation de la Chambre nationale des femmes chefs d'entreprise, de l'UTCHICA, de la Confweb, des différents ministères et instances publiques tunisiennes qui ont contribué de près ou de loin à la réussite de notre événement. Mes plus vifs remerciements aussi à nos sponsors ici en Tunisie et ceux du Confweb. J'ai nommé Expertise France, l'UNDP, l'Organisation internationale du travail, UN Women, la Banque africaine de développement, la GIZ, Konrad Adenauer, Toyota, la Rose Blanche, Witty Consortium, Express FM. Pour le Confweb, TDB, Mastercard, UNDP Regional COMESA, CCC, ZEPRE, Alpi, Agra, Koya, ACID, Odanepad, TDB International Trade Center, grâce à Matchel Trust. Et surtout, je voudrais remercier notre attaché de presse et tous les médias qui ont été présents aujourd'hui et qui nous ont accompagnés dans la campagne média de ce CTF 2026. Je vous remercie et bienvenue à la CTF 2026.
Thank you very much for that inspiring speech, Madam Chairperson. And we are so grateful that you have hosted us very well. And the hospitality that you have extended to us is so great. You have mentioned that we are building a future, a shared future, and we can build it together. We have to build it together. And you have also highlighted the importance of resilience amongst the women and youth-owned enterprises. Thank you very much. At this point in time, it's my humble privilege to welcome to the pulpit our distinguished chairperson, Madam Maureen Sumbwe. Madam Sumbwe, she's the chairperson of the General Assembly of Confweb, as well as the chairperson of the Confweb Zambia chapter. Let us give him a hand of applause.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Our guest of honor, the Excellency, the Minister for Women, Your Excellency, Secretary General of COMESA, Madam Chileshempundu Kapwepwe, Your Excellency, Assistant Secretary General, Dr. Dave Harman, Excellency President of UTICA, Madam Vice Chairperson of the Confweb Board of Directors, distinguished members of the board of Confweb, and the distinguished members of the board of our local chapter, CNFCE. May I recognize the heads of all the COMESA institutions present here, Excellencies, ambassadors present with us here, leaders of industry, women entrepreneurs, members of the press, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and privilege as chairperson of the board of the COMESA Federation of Women in Business, CONFWIB, to welcome you all to the 7th CONFWIB Trade Fair and Business Conference held during the COMESA Week under the theme, One Market, One Future, Digital Pathways to Harnessing AFCFTA. Let me digress a bit from the written speech and just say that in my reflections, I was thinking that we did not name this occasion correctly, Madam SG, Madam Minister. I think we were supposed to call it the 7th meeting of women in business globally, convened by CONFWIB, because this is what has happened here. When we started to host these trade fairs, we started it as a platform to showcase the evolution of women entrepreneurs, to showcase the work that we are doing. And this being the 7th edition, we are overwhelmed by the success and by the growth that it has exhibited, but also by the intentionality of CONFWIB to include everyone. We speak of the Federation of Women in Business, and we are reminded every day that the women cannot move without the youth. But even among that group, we also saw that we are leaving behind differently abled persons. And so in this trade fair, with great intentionality, CONFWIB sought for support for youth entrepreneurs. Madam SG, as you visit the stands at the exhibition, you will find that we have intentionally brought in a number of young entrepreneurs because we're talking about the future. The theme cannot be meaningful if we leave out that component that is going to create that future. The theme is both timely and transformative. It reflects our collective ambition to leverage digital innovation to unlock opportunities within the African Continental Free Trade Area and to ensure that women entrepreneurs are at the forefront of this integration agenda. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, over the years, CONFWIB Trade Fair has grown remarkably since its inception. What began as a platform to showcase women entrepreneurs has evolved into a leading regional marketplace and business platform, attracting participation from across Africa and beyond. Today, we are proud to host over 200 international guests, a clear testament to the increasing relevance and impact of this trade fair as a hub for trade, partnerships, and knowledge exchange. This platform continues to play a critical role in empowering women in business, enabling them to access markets, to promote their products, and engage in meaningful partnerships. Through this trade fair, women are not only participating in regional trade, they are driving innovation, creating jobs, and contributing to economic transformation across our region. Ladies and gentlemen, we are particularly proud of the strides made in promoting inclusion and regional participation. Through the AUC Bridge Africa initiative, women from different countries were supported to participate in this trade fair here in UNIS, strengthening continental collaboration. With the support of UNDP and other partners under the ECOWET project, over 12 women from different countries have been facilitated to attend and participate actively in this event. These efforts underscore our commitment to ensuring that women across Africa benefit from regional trade platforms and the opportunities presented by the AFCFTA. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express our sincere appreciation to our partners, particularly COMESA Secretariat, the Court of Justice, African Leather and Leather Products Institute, ZEPRI, and all other partners for the financial support for making this event successful. We extend our deepest gratitude to the government of Tunisia for hosting this important event and for their commitment to advancing trade and women's economic empowerment. I would also like to pay special tribute to the CNFCE, the Confib Tunisian chapter, under the leadership of the Vice Chairperson, Madame Leila, for your exceptional leadership, dedication, and collaboration in ensuring the success of this trade fair. Your efforts have been instrumental in bringing this vision to life. As we engage in this trade fair, I encourage all participants to take full advantage of the opportunities presented, to connect, to collaborate, and to explore new markets. Let us harness digital innovation and regional integration to unlock the full potential of women entrepreneurs across Africa. May I also end by appealing to everyone present as you visit the trade fair. Engage the women entrepreneurs, buy their products. They didn't come just to come and smile at you and look pretty. They came to do business. So I will always emphasize that it's very important to support them. Ladies and gentlemen, together under the vision of one market, one future, let us continue to build a more inclusive, competitive, and prosperous Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame Sombre, for those powerful words. At this point in time, I'll be calling upon the Secretary General of COMESA, Madame Chileshempundu Kapwepwe, to come and address us. She has been a great champion of women empowerment in the region. She has been supporting this institution to meet its intended goals. Let us put our hands together as we welcome Madame Kapwepwe.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Your Excellency Asmo Jebri, Minister of Family, Women, Children and the Elderly, the Assistant Secretary General of COMESA in charge of Finance and Administration, Dr. Dave Harman, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps here present, Madam Maureen Sumbwe, Chairperson of Confluent Board of Directors and Chair of the Zambia Chapter, CEOs of COMESA institutions, the Court Registrar, and other COMESA institutions present, Chairperson of Confluent Chapters present here, distinguished development partners present here. May I simply ride on protocols already established. Good morning. It is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you to the 7th Confluent Trade Fair and Business Conference taking place during the COMESA Awareness Week 2026 in this historic and vibrant city of Tunis. I wish to extend our sincere appreciation to the government of Tunisia and the Confluent Secretariat for their dedication, hard work in organizing these important events and advancing our shared vision. The 7th Confluent Trade Fair and Business Conference is being convened at a pivotal moment of our regional and continental development. Africa is increasingly emerging as a dynamic economic frontier, and COMESA, being one of Africa's largest regional economic communities, continues to play a central role in advancing regional integration, expanding trade, and creating opportunities for inclusive economic transformation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year's trade fair comes at a time when our region is witnessing unprecedented economic potential. Today, COMESA represents a market of more than 680 million people, with a combined GDP exceeding $1 trillion. Our region is rich in mineral wealth and produces a substantial share of Africa's agricultural output, positioning us as a strategic engine for transformation. Intra-commercial trade has grown significantly over the years, supported by trade liberalization, improved transport and logistics system, digital facilitation tools, and growing private sector participation. These achievements reflect the power of regional cooperation in creating larger markets and enhancing competitiveness. It is with this in mind that we have chosen this year's theme, Expanding Intra-Africa Horizons, Digital Innovation as a Catalyst for Inclusive and Sustainable Commercial Market Access. This theme speaks directly to the opportunities and challenges before us, and it underscores the urgent need for our region to harness technology to close the gaps, enhance competitiveness, and build a more inclusive economic future. This trade fair and business conference is part of the COMESA Awareness Week of 2026. The COMESA Week also included the third COMESA Institution Awareness Forum, the CONFO Board meeting and General Assembly, and other strategic activities. The COMESA Week is designed to deepen public understanding and stakeholder engagement around economic and social benefits of regional integration. These engagements collectively demonstrate COMESA's holistic approach to integration, combining policy dialogue, institutional collaboration, and private sector engagement to drive sustainable and inclusive growth. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, women constitute more than half of Africa's population and play a critical role in our economies. They are entrepreneurs, they are traders, they are farmers, innovators, and leaders. Yet despite their immense contribution, many women continue to face barriers in accessing finance, technology, markets, and opportunities for growth. It is also Africa to realize its full potential. We must ensure that women are not merely participants in economic development, but are at the very center of it. Investing in women is not only a matter of social justice, it's an economic imperative. Studies consistently show that economies grow faster and communities prosper when women are empowered to participate fully in economic activities. At the same time, digitalization is transforming the way we live, the way we work, the way we trade, and impacting the way we communicate. Digital technologies are breaking down traditional barriers to business and creating new opportunities for entrepreneurship and innovation. Digital innovation offers unprecedented opportunities to overcome geographical constraints, access regional markets, and participate in value chain and compete in increasingly interconnected economies. The African Continental Free Trade Area represents a historic opportunity to transform Africa into a single market of more than 1.4 billion people. However, realizing the full potential of the AFCFTA requires businesses to become more competitive, innovative, and digitally connected. It's worth emphasizing that our own COMESA Free Trade Area, which is linked to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, already offers significant trade and investment opportunities that women entrepreneurs can leverage to grow their business across the borders. The AFCFTA Protocol on Women and Youth in Trade further provides a powerful framework for advancing inclusive trade by removing the barriers that disproportionately affect women. Our task is now to transform these commitments into tangible results on the ground. As COMESA, we have responsibility to ensure that women and youth are not left behind in this digital revolution. Through the work of COMESA, Federation of Women in Business, CONFWEB, we remain committed to create an enabling environment that supports women-owned entrepreneurs through market access, business development services, financing opportunities, capacity building, and policy advocacy. CONFWEB's role in bringing together women entrepreneurs from across member states is essential in advancing our shared vision of gender inclusion and economic development. Let me take this opportunity to commend the Republic of Tunisia for hosting this important event and for the continued engagement with our region since its admission into COMESA in 2018. Tunisia has demonstrated remarkable commitment to regional integration. Its trade surplus with COMESA has grown from 138 million in 2018 to 264 million in 2025, and it ranks among the top investors in our region. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this conference highlights the critical role of women entrepreneurs in driving economic growth across agriculture, manufacturing, trade, and emerging digital sectors. Significant barriers remain, but through COMESA Federation of Women in Business, we remain committed to creating an enabling environment that supports women-owned enterprises through market access, financing, capacity building, and policy advocacy. I encourage all participants to use this platform to forge partnerships, explore investment opportunities, and develop solutions that advance our shared vision of an integrated and prosperous region. And I'm delighted to hear from Chair of the Assembly that this COMFWEB trade fair and meetings have grown to beyond the region and are now becoming, drawing international attention, which means that we are making impacts and we're attracting more people to be involved in this very noble cause. Let us move beyond dialogue towards action, transforming policy into partnership, innovation into opportunity, and regional integration into tangible benefits for our citizens. Together, we can expand intra-Africa horizons and build a future where digital innovation drives sustainable growth and shared prosperity across the continent. I'm always happy to see the COMESA member states represented, totally represented in the COMFWEB activities and the trade fair. And as indicated by the chair, they're here to showcase their products, to be able to have B&B meetings, to have that engagement, to move that intra-COMESA trade in reality and not just leave it as an aspiration on paper. Women are always committed. They are wired to be committed. They are the carers, they are the providers, they are the protectors. So it's only natural that they turn up and show up when they are called to do so. I have every confidence that this will be a success because women across the region have come to demonstrate their commitment to the development of this continent. I'm also happy to see that there is a significant number of youth also involved in this endeavor. We have a saying in my language, which when translated means, the growing young trees are the forest of tomorrow. So if we don't nurture those growing young trees, we will not have a forest tomorrow. So for me, it's always a happy occasion to see that we involve the youth, that we carry them along, and that they become part of this evolving dynamic continent, which has so much resource, which has so much potential. It's time we turn that potential into reality. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, SG, for your great speech. You say when women are called upon, they show up. Thank you for those great words. Our guest of honor, she comes from a ministry that is responsible for family, women, children, and elderly. She comes from a ministry that looks over all of us. All of us come from a family. Some are women, some are children, and others are elderly. But she basically takes over all the affairs of all of us. She is indeed the rightful person to speak to us this morning on issues pertaining to women in business. Some statistics indicate that 90% of the money that is generated by women-owned businesses are invested in the family. And once the women-owned companies or industries are performing better, it means the whole community will benefit. For men, when they do better, sometimes that's an opportunity to do other things. But for women, they will look at the family, they will invest in the women, in the children, they will invest in the elderly. Let us put our hands together as we welcome our Minister of Family, Women and Children and Elderly Affairs. Madam Minister, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد رئيس الاتحاد التونسي للصناعة والتجارة والصناعات التقليدية، السيدة الأمينة العامة للكوميسا، السيدة رئيسة مجلس إدارة اتحاد سيدات أعمال الكوميسا، السيدة نائبة رئيس مجلس إدارة اتحاد سيدات الأعمال في الكوميسا ورئيسة الغرفة الوطنية للنساء صاحبات المؤسسات بتونس، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة ممثلي الحكومات والمنظمات الدولية والإفريقية، ضيوف تونس الكرام، حضرات السيدات والسادة، يسعدني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في تونس، أرض الانفتاح والتلاقي وفضاء التواصل بين إفريقيا بعمقها التاريخي وحاضرها الطموح. وإنه لمن دواعي الفخر أن تحتضن تونس هذا المؤتمر الإفريقي الهام الذي يجمع سيدات الأعمال وصناع القرار في إطار رؤية مشتركة تهدف إلى تعزيز التكامل الاقتصادي الإفريقي وترسيخ أسس التنمية المستدامة. وإننا نعتبر هذا الحدث فرصة هامة للتواصل والتشبيك بين النساء الإفريقيات والتونسيات صاحبات الأعمال، ومجالا قيما لتبادل الخبرات والممارسات الفضلة. ونؤكد أن تونس ستواصل الاطلاع بدورها كاملا كبوابة أساسية لدعم مسارات التبادل الاقتصادي الإفريقي، خاصة ضمن فضاء السوق المشتركة لشرق وجنوب إفريقيا كوميسا ومنطقة التجارة الحرة القارية الإفريقية زليكاف. حضرات السيدات والسادة، تنتهج تونس سياسة شاملة للحقوق المدنية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية والثقافية، وتحرص على تعزيز المكاسب الوطنية بما يسمح بتحقيق العدالة الاجتماعية والتقدم على جميع المستويات، وتعزيز دور المرأة في مختلف المجالات باعتبارها شريكاً أساسياً في التنمية وليس مجرد مستفيدة منها. فقد حرصت بلادنا على دسترة حقوق المرأة واعتماد تشريعات وطنية وآليات مؤسساتية تعمل على النهوض بأوضاعها وتحقيق إدماج أفضل لها في العملية التنموية، وهو ما مكن المرأة التونسية من أن تكون مؤثرة وفاعلة في جميع القطاعات. وقد حققت المرأة التونسية مكاسب هامة، حيث تمثل ما يقارب 70% من خريجي الجامعات، وتحتل المرتبة الثانية عالمياً من حيث عدد الطالبات في مجالات العلوم والتكنولوجيا والهندسة والرياضيات ستام. كما تولت مناصب قيادية رفيعة على أعلى المستويات في مختلف المجالات، وتم تعيين امرأة في مناسبتين رئيسة حكومة. وإذ نجدد إكبارنا لإسهامات النساء والفتيات في التنمية، فإننا نؤكد حرص تونس على مواصلة الارتقاء بأوضاع المرأة وفق رؤية سيادة رئيس الجمهورية الأستاذ قيس سعيد، وتعزيز تجربة ريادة الأعمال التونسية وإشعاعها إفريقيا ودوليا انسجام مع أجندة إفريقيا 2063. حضرات السيدات والسادة، إن ريادة الأعمال والإدماج الاقتصادي للنساء والفتيات هو خيار استراتيجي للدولة التونسية، باعتبار أن المشاركة الاقتصادية للمرأة هي رافعة اقتصادية وتنموية وضمانة للاستقلالية المالية ووسيلة لترسيخ العدالة الاجتماعية، بالإضافة إلى أثرها الإيجابي على الأسرة بما يعزز توازن المجتمع ككل. وفي هذا الصدد تواصل الدولة التونسية بمختلف مكوناتها وهياكلها مسارها لدعم ريادة الأعمال على جميع الأصعدة وضمان نجاحهن، حيث بادرت بوضع استراتيجية وطنية لدعم ريادة الأعمال النسائية في أفق 2035 وخطة استراتيجية للإدماج الاقتصادي والاجتماعي للنساء والفتيات في الوسط الريفي في أفق 2030. كما عملت على توفير المعلومة وتركيز ختمات الجوار وفي الفضاء الرقمي إلى جانب تأمين المساندة والمرافقة من خلال التدريب والتكوين ودعم القدرات وصقل المهارات، فضلاً عن تركيز خطوط تمويل متنوعة لإحداث المشاريع أو توسعتها أو الدعم عند التعثر. وقد تم في هذا الإطار اتخاذ حزمة من التدابير والإجراءات التي تجمع بين ريادة الأعمال والإدماج الاقتصادي للنساء والفتيات من جميع الفئات وفي كل الأوساط والمناطق. وعملت مختلف الهياكل الحكومية من خلال شبكة مؤسساتية متنوعة وهياكل مساندة على تنفيذ برامج متنوعة تتلائم مع قدرات ومهارات النساء والفتيات وتمكينهن من فرص الاستثمار في مختلف المجالات على غرار الطاقة والطاقات المتجددة والهندسة والتكنولوجيا والشركات الناشئة والشركات الأهلية، بما يفتح آفاقاً أوسع أمام النساء والفتيات للإدماج في الدورة الاقتصادية. كما تم وضع آليات لدعم ريادة الأعمال النسائية وتسهيل حصول النساء على التمويل، من أبرزها برنامج رائدات بالشراكة مع البنوك الوطنية عبر إحداث خط تمويل خاص بهن ووضع إجراءات تفاضلية لإنشاء مشاريع نسائية في مختلف الجهات. وعلى مدى سنوات الأخيرة تمكنا من تسجيل تطور في انخراط النساء في مجال ريادة الأعمال وتنوعا في المنتوجات والخدمات، فضلا عن التوجه المتزايد نحو الأسواق الإفريقية والدولية. فنحن نعتمد على رؤية قوامها الانتقال من التمويل فقط إلى المرافقة الشاملة مع توجيه الاستثمار نحو القطاعات الواعدة والمتجددة والرقمية لإحداث مشاريع نسائية ذات قيمة مضافة عالية وربطها بسلاسل القيمة بما يتلائم مع الخطط التنموية المحلية والجهوية والوطنية والإقليمية، مع الحرص على تعزيز القدرة التنافسية والنفاذ إلى الأسواق والاستفادة من التحول الرقمي بما يتيح تطوير مشاريع ذات قيمة مضافة عالية، خاصة في قطاعات الاقتصاد الرقمي والذكاء الاصطناعي والاقتصاد الأخضر والصناعات الإبداعية. وتحرص بلادنا إلى جانب ذلك على استثمار الموروث التونسي ومنتجات أيادي النساء التونسيات لعرضها والتعريف بها في مختلف المحافل الدولية والإقليمية وفي المعارض الثقافية والتسويقية. ونعتبر أن مشاركة التونسيات صاحبات المؤسسات في المعرض التجاري السابع للكوميسا تمثل فرصة هامة للتعريف بمنتجاتهن من جهة وتبادل التجارب مع بقية المشاركات من الدول الإفريقية، فضلاً على الانخراط في السوق الإفريقية المشتركة بما يسمح بتسويق منتجاتهن وخدماتهن على أعلى مستوى وعلى المستوى الإفريقي، فضلا عن مشاركة خبراتهن مع نظيراتهن من مختلف الدول الإفريقية. حضرات السيدات والسادة، إن تونس تعتبر أن التكامل الاقتصادي الإفريقي ليس خياراً ظرفياً، بل هو ضرورة استراتيجية لبناء قارة قادرة على مواجهة التحديات العالمية وتعزيز مكانتها في الاقتصاد الدولي. ومن هذا المنطلق نؤكد مجدداً انخراط تونس الكامل في دعم السوق المشتركة لشرق وجنوب إفريقيا نحو دفع ريادة الأعمال النسائية ذات القدرة العالية على الإنتاج والتطوير وتنمية القدرة التنافسية، انفتاحنا لتبادل الخبرات والتجارب في مجال ريادة الأعمال النسائية، وحرصنا على العمل المشترك من أجل وحدة اقتصادية وتجارية تساهم في تحقيق النمو الاقتصادي لبلداننا. إننا نؤمن أن الاستدامة الحقيقية للسوق الإفريقية المشتركة لن تتحقق إلا من خلال العمل المشترك والتضامن بين الدول الإفريقية وتبادل الخبرات وتوظيف النجاح كرافعة للتقدم الجماعي. وهذا الخيار الاستراتيجي للعمل المشترك يعكس رؤية تشاركية متكاملة لبناء مجتمع أكثر عدلاً وشمولاً وإنصافاً. ونحن على قناعة تامة بأن المرأة الإفريقية ليست فقط عنصراً في التنمية، بل هي ركيزة أساسية ومحرك حقيقي للابتكار والنمو وشريك في بناء إفريقيا الجديدة التي نطمح إليها جميعاً. وفي الختام أجدد ترحيب تونس بكنا وبكم، وتأكيد التزامنا بالعمل جنباً إلى جنب مع منظمة كوميسا لدعم ريادة الأعمال النسائية والارتقاء بها إلى أرفع مستويات النجاح والتألق وطنياً وإفريقياً، متمنياً لأشغال هذا الحدث كل النجاح والتوفيق، وأن تثمر أعماله توصيات عملية ومشاريع شراكة حقيقية تسهم في تعزيز التعاون الإفريقي وتمكين المرأة اقتصادياً وبناء مستقبل أكثر ازدهاراً لقارتنا إفريقيا العزيزة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those words. At this point in time, I'll call upon my co-facilitator. But before I do that, I wish to acknowledge the presence of the chairpersons of CONFIB from the 21 member states. I'll call upon each of you, the distinguished chairpersons, to stand up so that the people can see you. I'll start with the chairperson from Burundi. Can you stand up? Chairperson of Burundi. Chairperson from Comoros. Chairperson from DRC. Thank you. From Djibouti. From Egypt. From Eswatini. From Ethiopia. Thank you. From Kenya. From Libya. From Madagascar. From Malawi. Thank you. From Mauritius. From the Seychelles. from Somalia, from Sudan, from Uganda. Thank you very much, distinguished chairpersons, for being present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monsieur Miti. Zimbabwe, yeah, Zimbabwe. So, et bien évidemment, notre chère présidente de la Chambre nationale des femmes chefs d'entreprise et Tunisian chapter, Madame Laila Belkhiraya Jaber. Rwanda, also Rwanda. Yeah. So, at this opening ceremony draws to a close, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers for their inspiring and insightful addresses, and of course to our moderator for guiding this opening ceremony. Mesdames et messieurs, les interventions de ce matin, que nous avons eu le plaisir de les partager, de les écouter, nous rappellent que bâtir un avenir plus inclusif et plus prospère est une responsabilité partagée, portée par la vision, l'engagement et la coopération. C'est à travers ces partenariats que les ambitions deviennent actions, des partenariats solides, piliers d'un progrès durable. Nous saluons le soutien de notre sponsor, Diamant Expertise France. Et dans cette dynamique, je vous invite à accueillir Son Excellence, Madame l'ambassadrice de la République française, Madame Anne Guégan.
Madame la ministre de la Famille, de la Femme, de l'Enfance et des Personnes âgées, Madame Asma Djebri, Madame la secrétaire générale de la COMESA, Monsieur le directeur général de la ComFweb, Monsieur le président de l'UTICA, Madame la présidente du conseil d'administration du ComFweb, Monsieur le secrétaire général, Madame la présidente de la CNFCE et vice-présidente de la ComFweb, chère Leila Belkhiraya Jaber. Chers invités, chers partenaires, tous en vos grades et qualités. Permettez-moi tout d'abord très humblement de féliciter tout particulièrement et remercier chaleureusement la Fédération des associations nationales des femmes entrepreneurs du COMESA, ainsi que ses 21 antennes nationales pour leur engagement constant en faveur de l'entrepreneuriat féminin et de l'intégration économique régionale. Je salue également la décision des organisateurs d'avoir fait le choix de Tunis comme ville hôte de cette édition, comme le président de l'UTICA l'a éloquemment dit, que la Tunisie accueille cette édition 2026 de la CTF n'est pas un hasard, c'est la reconnaissance d'une position géographique unique, celle d'un pays charnière entre l'Europe, le Maghreb et l'Afrique subsaharienne, celle d'un pays d'Afrique du Nord qui appartient également à la fois à la ZLECAf et à la COMESA. C'est aussi la reconnaissance d'un dynamisme entrepreneurial tunisien porté en particulier par les femmes, que la France a l'honneur d'accompagner depuis plusieurs années, notamment à travers Expertise France et l'Agence française de développement, l'AFD. Le thème retenu cette année, One Market, One Future, des chemins numériques pour saisir pleinement la ZLECAf, résonne avec une double conviction que je voudrais partager avec vous. Premièrement, la conviction que les femmes sont au cœur des transformations positives qui permettront aux économies africaines et à leurs partenaires de renforcer le dynamisme des entreprises, de développer les investissements et de créer les emplois qui feront de l'Afrique un continent de prospérité partagée et de développement durable. Et je veux saluer tous les hommes qui en sont convaincus et agissent en conséquence, tous ces he for she dont le rôle est crucial. Et deuxièmement, deuxième conviction, l'avenir économique de l'Afrique se jouera dans la capacité à transformer des cadres institutionnels tels que le COMESA ou la ZLECAf en opportunités concrètes pour les entreprises et singulièrement pour les entreprises dirigées par les femmes, dans la double optique soulignée par la secrétaire générale de la COMESA, un accès plus large au marché et une meilleure compétitivité. Et je voudrais saisir cette occasion pour vous parler d'abord de ce que nous faisons très concrètement ici en Tunisie aux côtés des entreprises tunisiennes. Depuis mai 2023, l'ambassade de France en Tunisie, l'Agence française de développement Expertise France, porte avec nos partenaires tunisiens le projet Kawafel, littéralement les caravanes. Un nom qui dit bien ce qu'il signifie, accompagner les entreprises tunisiennes sur les chemins de l'export, de marché en marché, de partenariat en partenariat. Kawafel, financé à hauteur de 3,8 millions d'euros, répond à un objectif simple mais structurant. Appuyer l'internationalisation des entreprises tunisiennes, faciliter leur intégration dans les chaînes de valeur régionales et continentales et créer des partenariats durables, institutionnels comme privés, entre la Tunisie et les autres pays du continent africain. Et concrètement, ce projet se traduit par un accompagnement sur mesure des PME tunisiennes exportatrices ou en passe de le devenir. Diagnostic export, mise en relation avec des acheteurs et des partenaires sur le continent, accès facilité au financement, renforcement des compétences en matière de normes, de logistique et de commerce digital. Nous travaillons secteur par secteur, agroalimentaire, textile, industrie créative, technologie, pour que chaque entreprise tunisienne trouve sur le marché africain le débouché qui correspond à son potentiel. Et permettez-moi de partager avec vous quelques résultats très concrets de ce travail conduit en étroite collaboration avec nos partenaires tunisiens. Plus de 18 structures d'accompagnement tunisiennes ont été appuyées financièrement et techniquement pour structurer durablement l'offre tunisienne d'accompagnement à l'internationalisation. Plus de 170 entreprises et start-up tunisiennes ont été accompagnées de manière individualisée dans leur démarche d'internationalisation. Plus de 250 entreprises et start-up ont été sensibilisées et formées au potentiel économique du continent africain. Il y a déjà des contrats commerciaux qui ont été signés entre des entreprises tunisiennes et des partenaires mauritaniens, sénégalais, congolais et kenyans. Et nous avons plus de 10 partenariats institutionnels conclus entre la Tunisie et des institutions kenyanes, congolaises et sénégalaises. Ces résultats, ces chiffres ne sont pas de simples statistiques, ils représentent des entreprises tunisiennes qui exportent, qui s'implantent en Afrique, et ils représentent également des emplois créés et des relations de confiance qui ont été nouées entre des partenaires qui hier encore se connaissaient peu, et ils témoignent qu'un partenariat sud-sud peut produire des résultats tangibles, rapides, mais durables. Et je veux le dire avec force ici devant vous, les femmes entrepreneurs tunisiennes sont au cœur de cette ambition. Nous savons, les études le montrent et l'expérience du ComFweb le confirme chaque jour, les entreprises dirigées par des femmes réinvestissent davantage dans leur communauté, créent des emplois plus inclusifs et sont des vecteurs particulièrement puissants d'innovation. C'est un fait. Soutenir leur internationalisation, ce n'est donc pas seulement une politique d'équité, c'est une politique d'efficacité et de rationalité économique. Et c'est précisément pour cela que la France, à travers Kawafel, soutient activement la présence d'entreprises tunisiennes et en particulier d'entreprises portées par des femmes sur des plateformes comme celle que nous inaugurons aujourd'hui. La ComFweb Trade Fair est exactement le type d'espace que nous voulons aider à connecter à l'écosystème tunisien. Un marché unique de 21 pays, des opportunités de rencontres B2B qui soient structurées et un accès à l'intelligence de marché et aux instruments du COMESA et de la ZLECAf. Notre conviction est simple, la Tunisie a vocation à devenir un point d'entrée naturel entre l'Europe et le marché africain intégré que dessine la COMESA et l'ASLECAF. Et cet engagement en Tunisie s'inscrit dans une vision plus large que le président de la République Emmanuel Macron a portée avec beaucoup de dynamisme et de conviction il y a quelques semaines à peine à Nairobi lors du sommet Africa Forward qu'il a présidé avec le président kényan William Ruto les 11 et 12 mai dernier. Ce sommet, le premier de ce format, organisé et coprésidé avec un pays anglophone, portait un message simple et important. Le temps d'une relation asymétrique à sens unique entre l'Europe et l'Afrique est révolu. Et le président de la République l'a dit avec clarté devant les étudiants de l'université de Nairobi, je cite, « L'Afrique a besoin d'investissement plutôt que d'aide publique. L'Afrique est en train de réussir et elle a besoin d'investissement pour être plus souveraine. » Cette phrase résume à elle seule le changement de paradigme que la France appelle de ses vœux, passer d'une logique d'assistance à une logique de partenariat équilibré, généreux et lucide, un partenariat d'égal à égal. Et ce partenariat renouvelé s'est traduit à Nairobi par des engagements très concrets et très forts. 23 milliards d'euros d'investissements annoncés en faveur du continent africain, dont 14 milliards d'euros d'investissements français publics et privés. Des projets dans l'énergie, les infrastructures numériques, les transports, l'agriculture intelligente, la formation des talents africains de demain. Mais au-delà des chiffres, c'est une philosophie qui a été affirmée, celle de la co-construction, et c'est le sens de cette déclaration du président Emmanuel Macron à la jeunesse africaine réunie à Nairobi. On va ensemble coproduire, co-investir, co-inventer, parce que c'est le sens de la nouvelle relation entre la France, l'Europe, entre nous et le continent africain. Cette vision française repose sur 3 convictions. D'abord, l'Afrique n'est pas un continent assisté, mais un continent où investir. Le plus jeune du monde, doté d'une force démographique, affichant d'ores et déjà l'une des croissances économiques les plus dynamiques de la planète. Ensuite, ce partenariat doit être pensé à l'échelle du continent dans son ensemble, et non plus selon des découpages obsolètes. C'est tout le sens du choix de Nairobi pour ce sommet, et c'est aussi, à mon sens, tout le sens de notre présence ici à Tunis. Comme la présidente de la COMFWEB l'a fort bien dit, il s'agit d'une réunion globale portée par la COMESA. Ici à Tunis, au Maghreb, nous sommes dans un événement qui rassemble 21 pays de l'Afrique de l'Est et australe, et la France veut être un partenaire de l'Afrique entière dans toute sa diversité géographique et linguistique. Enfin, ce partenariat doit donner toute leur place aux entrepreneurs et en particulier aux femmes et à la jeunesse comme moteur de cette transformation. C'est très exactement la raison d'être du COMFWEB et c'est la raison pour laquelle l'ambassade de France a souhaité s'associer aujourd'hui pleinement à cette 7e édition de la Trade Fair. Le plan stratégique à moyen terme du COMFWEB pour la période 2026-2030, que vous avez élaboré avec beaucoup de rigueur, porte cette même ambition, renforcer l'intégration des femmes dans le commerce intra-COMESA et intra-SLECAF, élargir l'accès au financement et au marché, faire du numérique un levier de compétitivité. Et je veux vous dire que la France se reconnaît pleinement dans ses priorités et qu'elle continuera à travers KOFL et l'ensemble de ses instruments de coopération à être à vos côtés pour les concrétiser. Mesdames et messieurs, chers entrepreneurs, cette 7e édition de la COMFWEB Trade Fair s'ouvre à Tunis sous un signe que je veux retenir comme particulièrement prometteur, celui d'un marché unique, le vôtre, 21 pays réunis en un même espace d'échange, et celui d'un avenir commun fait de numérique, de commerce et de partenariats renouvelés. La France, qui compte aujourd'hui 40% de femmes dans ses statistiques de l'entrepreneuriat individuel et 36% dans celles dans l'entrepreneuriat en général, croit en vous. Ensemble, nous voulons faire bouger les lignes et nous le faisons. Cela veut dire que nous sommes dans un monde qui se transforme et nous nous transformons avec lui. Cela peut et cela doit être pour le meilleur. We are together and as the ESG of COMESA told us, we are committed. Merci.
Je vous remercie chaleureusement Son Excellence l'ambassadrice de France pour son intervention et son engagement. Merci d'être à nos côtés. Nous procédons maintenant au lancement du plan stratégique du CONFWEB 2026-2030.
Yeah, thank you very much, my co-facilitator, for giving me this opportunity to launch our medium-term strategic plan 2024 to 2030. This particular strategic plan will help the institution grow. You help the institution be well positioned so that we are able to deliver on the mandate which the member states have given us. The mandate which is enshrined in Article 154 and 155 of the COMESA Treaty, that women should be at the core of the regional integration agenda. The vision is that we need to see a prosperous and inclusive COMESA region where women and youth in business are empowered, and not only are they empowered, but competitive and at the forefront of driving sustainable economic transformation. This particular strategic plan will help us to provide the capacity building, to provide access to finance, to ensure that the women who are working with us, the women and youth are working with us, they have the skill to take advantage of the regional opportunities availed by the different protocols under COMESA as well as the Continental Free Trade Area. And what we'll be doing is that we will be advancing women's and youth participation in trade, investment, and enterprise development across COMESA through capacity building, policy advocacy, networking, and innovative solutions, and promote resilience, sustainability, and economic transformation. At this point in time, I'll ask my colleagues to play the video. Yeah, we have shared the MTSP with the dignitaries. I think at this point in time, we shall stand so that maybe we get a photo with our MTSP for CONFWEB. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Over to you. Yeah. Yeah. Come. Yeah, we will need to have a photo with the distinguished excellencies, the ambassadors present here. Kindly, we are requesting you to come and join us. Yeah.
S'il vous plaît, on vous invite à l'expérience des ambassadeurs pour rejoindre la première photo avec le panel.
Mesdames et messieurs, les chairs. Veuillez s'il vous plaît nous rejoindre pour prendre une photo officielle.
Comfort chairs, please join the panel. Comfort chairs. Comfort chairs.
D'accord. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now pause for a break, for a short coffee. Please, we kindly invite you to return to the conference. You have 20 minutes for the break.
The COMESA Federation of Women in Business, in collaboration with COMESA, with the Government of Tunisia, the Etika, and the CNFCE. The COMFWEB Tunisia chapter present the 7th COMFWEB Trade Fair and Business Conference to be held from 1st to 3rd July 2026 during COMESA Week in Tunisia under the theme One Market, One Future, the digital transformation to pave the way for the AFCFTA. Join us in Tunis to celebrate and honor the know-how of women entrepreneurs representing 21 African countries. Discover sales and exhibition stands, innovative products and services. Participate in business conferences and B2B and B2C sessions, and share moments of exchange and networking. Live an exceptional moment during the gala dinner and the COMFWEB Awards ceremony. An elegant gathering to reward women and exceptional young entrepreneurs. The COMFWEB Trade Fair and Business Conference is an exceptional African platform to stimulate economic and commercial exchanges, to highlight women entrepreneurship and strengthen economic ties between COMESA nations. Bienvenue, Mahaba. Welcome. For more details, contact us at these addresses.
The host will be set up as the government and for their regional economic communities, bring together 21 member states with a combined population of over 680 million people, a combined gross domestic product GDP exceeding $1 trillion. Over the years, our region has made remarkable progress in promoting trade, investment, industrialization, infrastructure development, financial development. These achievements reflect our collective commitment to business and a prosperous, integrated, competitive region that delivers tangible benefits to our people. This year's COMESA Awareness Week is being held under the theme Expanding into Africa, Horizon Digital Innovation as a Catalyst for Inclusive and Sustainable The theme highlights the transformative role of digital technologies in shaping the future of digital trade and economic development. Across our region, digital innovation is expanding new pathways for business to access markets, connect with customers, improve efficiency, and participate in regional and global value chains. It's also creating opportunities for women, youth, small and medium-sized enterprises to overcome traditional barriers and participate more fully in economic growth. The week provides a unique platform for stakeholders like government, private sector, academia, the partners with society and commercial institutions to engage in meaningful dialogue, exchange experience, showcase innovations, and forge partnerships that strengthen regional integration and enhance competitiveness across our economies. A key highlight of the program is the third COMESA Institution Awareness Forum, which showcased the work and services and achievements of COMESA institutions in supporting trade facilitation, investment promotion, financial development, digital transformation, industrialization, and private sector growth. The forum will also provide a platform for exploring innovative solutions to strengthen regional value chains and create sustainable economic opportunities for our citizens. We are equally delighted to host the 7th COMESA Celebration of Women in Business Conference, Trade Fair and Business Conference, and one of the flagship events of COMESA Awareness Week. Through exhibitions, business-to-business engagements, policy dialogue, capacity building sessions, the event will showcase the immense potential of women entrepreneurs and reaffirm the official role that they play in driving regional trade, innovation, job creation, and economic transformation. As we gather in Tunisia, let us seize this opportunity to strengthen our partnership, learn from each other, and explore new avenues of collaboration. Together we can harness powerful digital innovation to expand market opportunities, strengthen regional value chains, and build a more inclusive, resilient, and prosperous future for the COMESA region. I encourage all participants to actively engage in the discussions, networking opportunities, exhibitions, business sessions throughout the week. Your presence and contributions are essential to the success of the event and to the continued advancement of our shared regional integration agenda. I wish you all productive discussions, successful deliberations and business engagements, and indeed an enjoyable stay in Tunisia. Merci beaucoup, shukran, and thank you.
The COMESA Federation of Women in Business,
It's
in
ma.
collaboration with COMESA, with the Government of Tunisia, the ATICA, and the CNFCE. The COMFWEB Tunisia chapter present the 7th COMFWEB Trade Fair and Business Conference to be held from 1st to 3rd July 2026 during COMESA Week in Tunisia under the theme One Market, One Future, the digital transformation to pave the way for the AFCFTA. Join us in Tunis to celebrate and honor the know-how of women entrepreneurs representing 21 African countries. Discover sales and exhibition stands, innovative products and services. Participate in business conferences and B2B and B2C sessions, and share moments of exchange and networking. Live an exceptional moment during the gala dinner and the COMFWEB Awards ceremony. An elegant gathering to reward women and exceptional young entrepreneurs. The COMFWEB Trade Fair and Business Conference is an exceptional African platform to stimulate economic and commercial exchanges, to highlight women entrepreneurship and strengthen economic ties between COMESA nations. Bienvenue, marhaban, welcome. For more details, contact us at these addresses.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to welcome you to the COMESA Awareness Week 2026 in Tunis, Tunisia. This week-long celebration of regional integration brings together the 3rd COMESA Institutions Awareness Forum and the 7th COMESA Federation of Women in Business COMFWEB Trade Fair and Business Conference, providing an exceptional opportunity for stakeholders from across the region to connect, collaborate, and explore new opportunities for trade and investment. On behalf of the COMESA Secretariat, I extend my sincere appreciation to the government and the people of Tunisia for hosting this important regional gathering and for their continued commitment to advancing regional integration, trade, and economic cooperation within the COMESA region. Today, COMESA stands as one of Africa's largest regional economic communities, bringing together 21 member states with a combined population of over 680 million people, a combined gross domestic product GDP exceeding $1 trillion. Over the years, our region has made remarkable progress in promoting trade, investment, industrialization, infrastructure development, financial development. These achievements reflect our collective commitment to business and a prosperous and integrated competitive region,
just a short
delivers
announcement.
tangible benefits
Exhibitors, you're expected at
This year's COMESA
Utica.
Awareness Week is
Buses
being
are waiting for you
held
outside.
under the theme Expanding Intra-African Horizons, Digital Innovation as a
announcement.
Catalyst for Inclusive
Exhibitors,
sustainable
you're expected at
COMESA
Utica.
market access.
Buses are waiting for you
Theme
outside.
highlights the
You may
transformative
start
role
making your
of
way there.
digital technologies in shaping the future of regional trade and
Exhibitors,
economic development.
please make your way to
Across our
Utica.
region,
You're expected
digital
there,
innovation
and buses
is
are waiting for
expanding
you
new
outside.
pathways for business to access markets connect with customers, improve efficiency, and participate in regional and global value chains. It is also creating opportunities to women, youth, small and medium-sized enterprises to overcome traditional barriers and participate more fully in economic growth. The week provides a unique platform for stakeholders from government, private sector, academia, development partners, civil society, and commercial institutions to engage in meaningful dialogue, exchange experience, showcase innovations, and forge partnerships that strengthen regional integration and enhance competitiveness across our economies. A key highlight of the program is the third COMESA Institutions Awareness Forum, which showcased the work and services and achievements of COMESA institutions in supporting trade facilitation, investment promotion, financial development, digital transformation, industrialization, and private
COMFWEB chapter chairs, you are expected to leave now for Utica. The buses are waiting for you outside. COMFWEB chapter chairs, you are expected to leave now for Utica. The buses are waiting for you outside. Thank you.
Federation of Women in Business, COMFWEB, Trade Fair and Business Conference, and one of the flagship events of COMESA Awareness Week. Through exhibitions, business-to-business engagements, policy dialogue, capacity building sessions, the event will showcase the immense potential of women entrepreneurs and reaffirm the official role that they play in driving regional trade, innovation, job creation, and economic transformation. As we gather in Tunisia, let us seize this opportunity.
COMFWEB chapter chairs, you are expected to leave for Utica. The buses are waiting for you outside. Thank you.
Collaboration. Together we can harness powerful digital innovation to expand market opportunities, strengthen regional value chains, and build a more inclusive, resilient, and prosperous future for the COMESA region. I encourage all participants to actively engage in the discussions, networking opportunities, exhibitions, business sessions throughout the week. Your presence and contributions are essential to the success of the event and to the continued advancement of our shared regional integration agenda. I wish you all productive discussions, successful deliberations and business engagements, and indeed an enjoyable stay in Tunisia. Merci beaucoup. Shukran. I thank you.
COMESA Federation of Women in Business, in collaboration with COMESA, with the Government of Tunisia, the Atika, and the CNFCE. The COMFWEB Tunisia chapter present the 7th COMFWEB Trade Fair and Business Conference to be held from 1st to 3rd July 2026 during COMESA Week in Tunisia under the theme One Market, One Future, the digital transformation to pave the way for the AFCFTA. Join us in Tunis to celebrate and honor the know-how of women entrepreneurs representing 21 African countries. Discover sales and exhibition stands, innovative products and services. Participate in business conferences and B2B and B2C sessions, and share moments of exchange and networking. Live an exceptional moment during the gala dinner and the ComfWeb Awards ceremony. An elegant gathering to reward women and exceptional young entrepreneurs. The ComfWeb Trade Fair and Business Conference is an exceptional African platform to stimulate economic and commercial exchanges, to highlight women entrepreneurship and strengthen economic ties between COMESA nations. Bienvenue, marhaban, welcome. For more details, contact us at these addresses.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to the COMESA Awareness Week 2026 in Tunis, Tunisia. This week-long celebration of regional integration brings together the 3rd COMESA Institutions Awareness Forum and the 7th COMESA Federation of Women in Business ComFweb Trade Fair and Business Conference, providing an exceptional opportunity for stakeholders from across the region to connect, collaborate, and explore new opportunities for trade and investment. On behalf of the COMESA Secretariat, I extend my sincere appreciation to the government and the people of Tunisia for hosting this important regional gathering and for their continued commitment to advancing regional integration, trade, and economic cooperation within the COMESA region. Today, COMESA stands as one of Africa's largest regional economic communities, bringing together 21 member states with a combined population of over 680 million people, a combined gross domestic product GDP exceeding $1 trillion. Over the years, our region has made remarkable progress to promoting trade, investment, industrialization, infrastructure development, financial development. These achievements reflect our collective commitment to business and a prosperous and integrated competitive region that delivers tangible benefits to our people. This year's COMESA Awareness Week is being held under the theme Expanding Intra-African Horizons, Digital Innovation as a Catalyst for Inclusive and Sustainable COMESA Market Access. The theme highlights the transformative role of digital technologies in shaping the future of regional trade and economic development. Across our region, digital innovation is expanding new pathways for business to access markets, connect with customers, improve efficiency, and participate in regional and global value chains. It is also creating opportunities to women, youth, small and medium-sized enterprises to overcome traditional barriers and participate more fully in economic growth. The week provides a unique platform for stakeholders from government, private sector, academia, development partners, civil society, and commercial institutions to engage in meaningful dialogue, exchange experience, showcase innovations, and forge partnerships that strengthen regional integration and enhance competitiveness across our economies. A key highlight of the program is the 3rd COMESA Institutions Awareness Forum, which showcased the work and services and achievements of COMESA institutions in supporting trade facilitation, investment promotion, financial development, digital transformation, industrialization, and private sector growth. The forum will also provide a platform for exploring innovative solutions to strengthen regional value chains and create sustainable economic opportunities for our citizens. We are equally delighted to host the 7th COMESA Federation of Women in Business COMFWEB Trade Fair and Business Conference and one of the flagship events of COMESA Awareness Week. Through exhibitions, business-to-business engagements, policy dialogue, capacity building sessions, the event will showcase the immense potential of women entrepreneurs and reaffirm the official role that they play in driving regional trade, innovation, job creation, and economic transformation. As we gather in Tunisia, let us seize this opportunity to strengthen our partnership, learn from each other, and explore new avenues of collaboration. Together we can harness powerful digital innovation to expand market opportunities, strengthen regional value chains, and build a
Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît,
resilient
nous devons
and prosperous future
retourner à la salle,
for the
s'il vous plaît.
region. I encourage all participants to actively engage
Please
in
return to the
discussions,
conference hall.
networking opportunities, exhibitions, business sessions throughout the week. Your presence
Please return.
and contributions are essential to the success of the event and to the continued advancement
بالنسبه
of our
للمالين
shared
الباناليست وكذا
regional
انت اسكو جبتوا لي فيديو
international agenda.
دخلوا العباد وبعدين كان
I
عيطلع
wish you all
نورمال اوزن ماذا بيك كاس ومغاربه كاس ومغاربه
S'il vous plaît,
collaborations and
s'il
business
vous plaît,
engagements and
ladies and gentlemen, please return to the conference hall.
Merci beaucoup.
أكثر من
Shukran. I thank you.
S'il vous plaît, on demande de rejoindre la salle, s'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît, silence. S'il vous plaît, on vous demande de rejoindre la salle. On va bientôt commencer. Merci pour votre attention.
Please.
The COMESA Federation of Women in Business, in collaboration with COMESA, with the Government of Tunisia, the Atika, and the CNFCE. The COMFWEB Tunisia chapter presents the 7th COMFWEB Trade Fair and Business Conference to be held from 1st to 3rd July 2026 during COMESA Week in Tunisia under the theme One Market, One Future, the digital transformation to pave the way for the AFCFTA. Join us in Tunis to celebrate and honor the know-how of women entrepreneurs representing 21 African countries. Discover sales and exhibition stands, innovative products and services. Participate in business conferences and B2B and B2C sessions, and share moments of exchange and networking. Live an exceptional moment during the gala dinner and the COMFWEB Awards ceremony. An elegant gathering to reward women and exceptional young entrepreneurs. The COMFWEB Trade Fair and Business Conference is an exceptional African platform to stimulate economic and commercial exchanges, to highlight women entrepreneurship and strengthen economic ties between COMESA nations. Bienvenue, marhaban, welcome. For more details, contact us at these addresses.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to the COMESA Awareness Week 2026 in Tunis, Tunisia. This week-long celebration of regional integration brings together the 3rd COMESA Institutions Awareness Forum and the 7th COMESA Federation of Women in Business COMFWEB Trade Fair and Business Conference, providing an exceptional opportunity for stakeholders from across the region to connect, collaborate, and explore new opportunities for trade and investment. On behalf of the COMESA Secretariat, I extend my sincere appreciation to the government and the people of Tunisia for hosting this important regional gathering and for their continued commitment to advancing regional integration, trade, and economic cooperation within the COMESA region. Today, COMESA stands as one of Africa's largest regional economic communities, bringing together 21 member states with a combined population of over 680 million people, a combined gross domestic product GDP exceeding $1 trillion. Over the years, our region has made remarkable progress to promoting trade, investment, industrialization, infrastructure development, financial development. These achievements reflect our collective commitment to business and a prosperous and integrated competitive region that delivers tangible benefits to our people. This year's COMESA Awareness Week is being held under the theme Expanding Intra-African Horizons, Digital Innovation as a Catalyst for Inclusive and Sustainable COMESA Market Access. The theme highlights the transformative role of digital technologies in shaping the future of regional trade and economic development. Across our region, digital innovation is expanding new pathways for business to access markets, connect with customers, improve efficiency, and participate in regional and global value chains. It is also creating opportunities to women, youth, small and medium-sized enterprises to overcome traditional barriers and participate more fully in economic growth. The week provides a unique platform
Collaborative
for
actions
stakeholders from
needed to
government,
advance a
private
truly
sector,
inclusive
academia,
African market.
partners, civil society,
To guide
and commercial
us
institutions
through this
engage in
engaging
meaningful
discussion,
dialogue,
it is
exchange
my
experience,
pleasure to invite
showcase innovations,
our moderator,
and forge
Nada Mansour,
partnerships
from
that
Radio
strengthen regional
Express FM.
integration and enhance competitiveness
Please,
across
a warm
Thank you.
applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So let me move a little bit in the middle. So, hi, good morning, everybody. So, I'm so happy to meet you here, to meet wonderful, powerful African women, lots of colors, lots of good energy, and I am so honored to be the moderator for this Chimney Talk. So, concerning the Chimney Talk, it's like a little side fire talk. It's gonna be intimate, it's gonna be curious, and we will discuss the program of today and the next 2 days. So, let me start by inviting our distinguished guest for this panel, Dr. Dev Anand Haman. Please join the stage. Dr. Dev Anand Haman, he is the ASG Finance and Admin COMESA Secretariat. A big applause for Dr. Anand.
The event will showcase the immense potential of women entrepreneurs and reaffirm
Let me invite Mrs. Malene Bloomberg, Vice President ADP Group, Head of North Africa Office. Please join me on stage. A little bit shy? A little bit shy? No.
Let us seize this opportunity.
And let me invite Mrs. Florence Basti, UN Women Tunisia and Libya Cluster Office.
Avenues of collaboration.
A big applause for
Together
Mrs.
we can
Florence
harness powerful
Basti.
digital innovation to expand market opportunities,
They told me that Mr. Tariq Ali Youssef is in a meeting right now, so he will join us later, but let us start. Hi, how are
I
you?
encourage
All is
all
good?
participants
All is good. So,
actively
good
engage
morning,
in the
Excellencies,
discussions,
distinguished
networking
guests, ladies and
opportunities,
gentlemen. So, it's my great
exhibitions,
pleasure to be with
business
you
sessions
today for the
throughout the
opening
week.
of the Chimney
Your
Talk of the
presence
7th
and contributions are
ComFweb Trade
essential
Fair
to the
held here in
success of the
Tunisia.
event
So
and to the
over the next
continued
3 days, we will
of our
explore
shared
the most
regional
pressing issues concerning
integration
our
agenda.
continent.
I
So
wish
before
you
we
all
begin those
productive
conversation
discussions,
about strategy, finance,
successful
techniques,
deliberations
etc.,
and
we
business
will start with
engagements,
you with something
and
different,
indeed
not a
an
traditional panel
enjoyable
discussion. It's
stay
going to be
in Tunisia.
an opening and strategic
beaucoup.
conversation. So
Shukran.
today, Chimney Talk is designed to set the tone for the next 2 days, and we will try to find answer what will it really take to build one inclusive Africa, one inclusive market. So let me start with Mrs. Malene Bloomberg. So as you know, the African Development Bank has been at the forefront for financing lots of African projects. So today, when we look to our continent, what gives you the greatest optimism about our future in all this country? What's the most thing that inspires you and gives you lots of optimism? Is it working?
Well, thank you so much. Many things makes that very optimistic.
COMESA
As a
Federation
development
of Women in
banker, of
Business,
course, we
in
are
collaboration with
optimistic. We
COMESA,
are not looking
the
exactly
government
at the
of Tunisia,
status quo,
the
but which
Etika,
direction
and
we're
the
heading in.
CNFCE.
But if I had to say one thing,
ComFweb
I
Tunisia
am,
chapter
of course,
presents
biased at this
the 7th
conference. I would
ComFweb
say the
Trade Fair
dynamism
and Business
of the
Conference
business
to be
women
held
across
from
Africa.
1st to 3rd July 2026.
There is no doubt.
during
When I
COMESA Week in
meet
Tunisia,
someone like
under the theme One Market,
Leila,
One Future,
for
the digital transformation to
when
pave
I
the
see
way
the
for
other
the
members of her
AFCFTA.
chamber and
Join
discuss
us in
with them
Tunis
every time I go away,
to
feeling
celebrate and honor
so
the
inspired,
know-how
and
of
I don't know when they
entrepreneurs
sleep because they are
representing 21
the
African
true
countries.
dynamic
Discover
motors
sales
behind
and
everything that is
exhibition stands,
happening almost.
innovative
Now,
products and
of course,
services.
at the same time, I'm
Participate
also
in
very
business
much inspired
conferences
by
and
the
B2B and B2C
really common
sessions,
interest
and
and what
share
we're seeing, the
moments of
common
exchange and
direction
networking.
across
Live an
Africa.
exceptional moment
The
during
African
gala
Development
dinner and
Bank
the
is
ComFweb
doing a
Award
lot to
ceremony.
try to
Elegant gathering to reward women,
coordinate,
exceptional young
mobilize
entrepreneurs. The ComFweb
all
Trade
different
Fair and
actors,
Business
whether it's
Conference
public,
is an
private,
exceptional
regional,
African platform
national,
to
and
stimulate
there is
economic
a
and commercial
common wish
exchanges,
to move
to
ahead.
highlight
So
women
that is
entrepreneurship
also the
and
dynamism.
strengthen
Where there's a will,
economic
there is a
ties
way.
between
Now
COMESA
we have
nations.
to find out what to do
Bienvenue,
about that
marhaban.
way.
Welcome.
How are we
For
going
more
to move ahead?
details,
So we will
contact
be
us
discussing
at
this
these
during the
addresses.
next 2 days. So if we imagine our continent investing in a good, maybe component of the economy, what should Africa invest first if you want the vision to become a reality? If you want this one market, one future become a reality, what are the main sectors Africa should invest in?
Tunisia.
The challenge is there is no one sector. If it was that easy, we would put it there. The challenge of what we're facing is that so many things have to happen at the same time. But if I were to say something to structure this around, I would say it's the development of value chains. It's really to see that the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement and the work of COMESA and other regional institutions to prevent such agreements from just becoming aspirations and to make them a reality for the SMEs and the entrepreneurs. What we need is to move ahead from the agreements and develop actual value chains. What I mean by that, it's looking at the production, the logistics, the financing, payment methods. As you know, a value chain is only as strong as its weakest link. So if we focus too much on a certain sector or a certain part of the value chain, it will be blocked. And that's why we have to, together, it works as a partnership, work across this value chain. Now, we cannot work at all value chains altogether. So here I think it's important that COMESA, African Development Bank, the North African countries identify together which are the priority value chains. And this is maybe what we will hear these few days from the women of the Confederation. here, what do you think are these priority value chains that then we can work together to move ahead with?
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Malene Bloomberg. You are the VP ADP Group Head of North Africa Office. Thank you so much. So investment is very important. It's one of the most important thing in the equation, but investment alone cannot create an integrated market. So that's why regional cooperation must make that investment meaningful. And here comes the role of COMESA. And COMESA, I think, is the star of this event and the star during this last years. So let me move to Dr. Dev Anand Haman. You are the ASG Finance and Admin COMESA Secretariat. And let me start with you with a fact or a statement. So COMESA has spent a decade working to bring African economies closer together. And this was validated by Mrs. Malene. So today, with the FTA opening opportunities, expectations have become bigger and higher. So from your perspective and from your experience, what is the single most important step we must take over the next 5 years, for example, to transform regional integration into real opportunities for businesses and entrepreneurs all around the continent?
Overcome traditional barriers and participate more fully.
Thank you very much, and a very good morning to all of you again.
A unique platform
and I always try to put regional integration in a very simplified manner.
Partners,
and what is regional integration is we are creating a single country within a continent. I don't know whether you can get it.
And forge
what it will mean that if imagine the 55 countries of Africa becomes one,
competitiveness,
what would happen? Your goods would be moving freely because it is one country. There are no quota, there are no duties put on it because you are the same country. So your goods will be moving freely. Now, what about your services?
Industrialization.
Your services will also be moving freely from one place to another place. If I am a doctor, I can't find a job maybe in the north of my country, I go to the south. If I am a lawyer, my services are not being retained in the east of the country, I go west or I go north. Similarly, if I have to go from the north to south, I don't have to apply for visa. You see, I don't have to apply for visa, but of course I will need transport to be moving from north to south, and that transport should be easily available. I should not wait for me to go from north to south and spend a whole week.
Regional trade.
I don't have to wait for my money,
job creation,
to be transferred to me,
transformation.
And I have to wait for
in Tunisia,
a whole week to get my money. I don't have to wait for a whole week to get orders. So that is the vision in a simplified manner, the vision of COMESA, making within the continent
strengthen regional value chains,
an economic space that your goods can move, your services can move, your money can move, your you don't have to
engage in the discussions,
apply or you get your visa, because all these are what we call the obstacles. And of course, we have been trying to remove those obstacles. I think I was talking to her. She told me that when she was at the ADB annual general meeting in Brazzaville, the government announced that all Africans will have free visa and you can come freely. We were in 2024 in Burundi.
In Tunisia.
We had our summit in Burundi. The president announced all the COMESA countries, you don't have to apply for visa. You can come freely, brothers and sisters. And the same thing, we were last year in Nairobi, in Kenya, and you know very well that Kenya president is a Pan-African leader. He wants his people to be traveling freely. most important thing which we have been fighting for to be removed, the visa requirement. I'm sure many of you who are coming from outside, you know the pain of getting a visa. I don't have to go through it. But we are telling our leaders, our economic leaders, please, if you want the woman to be moving across, to be moving the goods across, these are simple declarations. They don't require big investment.
COMESA,
They
Federation
don't
of Women in
require
Business,
big thing, but of
in
course we
collaboration
understand
with
the
COMESA,
security aspect.
with the government
So
of
that-
Tunisia,
the second
ITICA,
thing which
and
we
the
are also saying, the
CNFCE.
connectivity.
The ComFweb Tunisia chapter presents
If you have to
the
carry
7th
your goods
ComFweb
from you,
Trade Fair
South
and Business
Africa,
Conference to be
you
held
have
from
to go to
1st
Doha,
3rd
from
July
Doha, then you
2026
come here.
during COMESA Week in
By the
Tunisia.
time you reach
under
here,
the
maybe
theme
your
One
goods
Market,
are
One
perished.
Future. The digital transformation to pave the way for the AFCFTA.
So you are carrying your goods, but at the
Join us in
time you come
Tunis
here, your goods have
to
perished,
celebrate
which
and
means that
honor
you have put
the
labor, you have
know-how
put
of women
effort, you have
entrepreneurs
invested money.
representing 21
And
African
that
countries. Discover sales
investment,
and exhibition
if it goes
stands,
bad,
innovative products and services.
you will all suffer.
Participate in
And that's
business
why the
conferences and
connectivity
B2B
is very
and
critical.
B2C
For us right
sessions,
now,
and share moments of exchange
visa
and
removal,
networking. Live an exceptional moment during the
connectivity so
gala
that you
dinner
are connected.
and the ComFweb Awards
And
ceremony.
together
An
with the
elegant gathering
connectivity,
to reward women and
some
exceptional young entrepreneurs. The ComFweb
some
Trade Fair
people are
and Business
far
Conference
away
is
from
an
the
exceptional
harbor
African platform
or from
to
the
stimulate
airport.
economic and commercial exchanges.
By the
to
time
highlight
your
women
goods leave
entrepreneurship
your farm
and strengthen
and
economic
reaches
ties
the
between
airport,
COMESA nations. Bienvenue,
don't
marhaban,
have the
welcome. For more
logistics
details, contact us
for
at these
your
addresses.
goods. If it is a frozen good, if you have to keep it in frozen condition, your goods run the risk of being deteriorated. So like what she said,
Distinguished guests,
we
ladies
have
and
the
gentlemen,
hope.
It is a great pleasure to
And
welcome
we
you
know the
to
problem.
the COMESA Awareness Week.
The good thing is that we know the
2026
problem.
in Tunis,
And we
Tunisia.
also know the solution.
This week-long
But we are
celebration
taking
of
time to
regional
apply
integration
the solutions
brings
that we
together
know.
the third
And that's what
COMESA
COMESA is
Institution
forcing.
Awareness
And it's
Forum
forcing, and you are a
and the
very
seventh
powerful force
COMESA
to even
Federation
force
of
your
Women in
government to
Business
do that.
Conflict Trade
I
Fair
hope I have not taken
and
long. Thank
Business
you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr.
providing
Dev
an
and Haman.
exceptional opportunity
Thank you.
for
Big applause to Dr.
stakeholders
Hannah Mandari.
from
So you
across
are
the
the
region
ACG Finance and Admin
connect,
COMESA Secretariat. So you've been talking
collaborate,
about three
and
main
explore new
important
opportunities
point:
for
the visa
trade
removal, a
and
better
investment.
connectivity, and a reduction
behalf
of
of the
logistic
COMESA
issues concerning the good.
I extend my sincere
And you have talked
appreciation
about
to the
one
government
funny
and the
and
people
sad
of
thing.
Tunisia
If I will travel
hosting
from
this
Tunisia to
important
Nigeria or
regional
other
gathering
African continent, I
and
should
for
go to
their
Doha or Dubai.
continued commitment
Even though I'm in the
to
same
advancing
continent, this is
regional
this is
integration,
insane, and I think
trade,
it's one of the
and
most important things that we should
cooperation
work
within
on
the
more and
COMESA
more.
region.
There is a small
Today,
another question I
COMESA
want to ask
stands
you.
as
So,
one of
as a radio
Africa's
host, I
largest
host lots
regional
of
economic
entrepreneurs, Tunisian
communities,
entrepreneurs
bring
in my
together
show, and we talk
21
sometimes
member
about the
states
African
with a
market.
combined
And I ask,
population of
did you
over
think about exporting your
680 million
goods
people,
to the African continent?
a
And it's like,
combined gross
it's
domestic
difficult,
product,
it's not
GDP
safe, I'm not
exceeding
sure.
1
And I think we
trillion
have
US
a little
dollars.
problem of
Over
mindset,
the
not
years,
only in
our
Tunisia,
region
but in
has
the
made
different
remarkable
African
progress
continents. We
to
don't have that
promoting trade,
easiness to
investment,
go easily and
industrialization,
spontaneously to the African market.
infrastructure
So is the
financial
COMESA working
development.
on changing
These
that
achievements
mindset through
reflect
these
our
meetings,
collective
through
commitment
conferences and
to
networking
business
session, even
and a
virtually? We
prosperous
should,
and
I think,
integrated
rediscover
competitive
our
region
continent. And
that
I wanted
delivers
to
tangible
highlight
benefits
that Nigeria in
people.
2050 will be top 3
This
of
year's
the most
COMESA
populated
Awareness Week
country in
is
the
being
world. So it's a
held
big,
over
huge
under the
opportunity for
theme,
all the African
Expanding
markets. So
Intra-African
what's your answer about the
Horizons,
mindset point
digital
and the role of the
innovation as a
COMESA?
catalyst for inclusive and sustainable COMESA market access.
We all have different mindsets.
theme
Sure,
highlights
and it's good.
the
It's difficult to
role
have the
of
same
digital
mindset. But what is
technologies
important
in shaping the future
that we have a
of regional
mindset that we
trade
believe in ourselves.
and economic development.
Number one,
Across our
which I
region,
always keep telling
digital
people,
innovation is
you believe in
expanding new
yourself as if you
pathways
are
for
believing in
business
God.
to access markets.
If you
connect
believe in God, that God
with
can use
customers, improve
this for you.
efficiency,
So believe
and
like you
participate
can also do
in regional
what you you believe.
and global
So,
value
if
chains.
all these women
It's
that
also
are seated
creating
here,
opportunities to
they did not
women,
have that belief in
youth,
them, that trust,
small
or
and
that faith.
medium-sized enterprises
they would not have
to
joined the
overcome
business
traditional
community.
barriers.
And not only that, they would not have joined the
lawfully
business committee, they would not have even
economic
become
growth.
this far.
The week provides
And
a
they
unique
are the
platform for
ambassadors
stakeholders
that will
government,
help
private sector,
the other women,
academia,
the other youth
develop
to change the
partners,
mindset.
civil society.
It is difficult for
and
me alone to
commercial
be seated here and I say,
institutions
can you
to
please
engage
change your
in
mindset?
meaningful dialogue,
No. But
exchange
through the
experience,
action,
showcase
through what they
innovations,
are doing,
and forge
like
partnerships
what Dr. Miti
that
said,
strengthen
90%
regional
of the
integration
income that
and
comes from a
enhance
woman business is
competitiveness
reinvested.
across our economy.
Whereas a man
A
doing
key
a business,
highlight
maybe
of the
100%
program
of the income
is the
goes
third
outside.
COMESA Institution
And it is true.
Awareness Forum, which
But
showcased
this
the work
is
and
already
services and
demonstrating
achievements of
some
COMESA
positive
institutions
mindset.
in supporting
And
trade
we are going
facilitation,
all over the place
investment
to
promotion,
say, okay, look,
financial
if
development,
these 21
digital
countries, these
transformation,
chapters can do it,
industrialization,
why
and
can't you
private
do it?
sector growth.
This
The
is
forum will also
more than a
provide
lesson
platform
to
for
everybody.
exploring
Yeah, for
innovative
sure.
solutions
And we will do
to
it,
strengthen
And
hopefully.
we
regional
have
value
to do it
chains
and we will do it.
and
Thank
create
you. Thank you very much. A big applause to Dr. Anand one more time. Thank you.
for our
Thank you very
citizens.
much. So we are
We're
here in
equally
the
delighted
7th
to
edition
host
of
the
the
7th
Confweb
COMESA Federation
Trade
of Women in
COMESA Trade
Business,
Fair.
Confweb
Lots of women are
Trade
here,
Fair
African
and
women.
Business
And as you
Conference,
know, African
and
women
one of the
are built a
flagship
little
events
different.
of COMESA
So
Awareness
African
Week.
women have
Through
always been a
exhibitions,
power force for
business-to-business
transformation in their
engagements,
countries.
policy
They are building
dialogue,
businesses
capacity
where
building
other
sessions.
people
The
may
event will
see
showcase the
challenges.
immense potential
They
of women
are creating
entrepreneurs
opportunities where other
and
people see
reaffirm
barriers, and
the
this is
official
the role
that they
of
play
the African
in
women is
driving
very, very
regional
important.
trade,
And you are changing
innovation,
things not only
job
in your
creation,
countries, but
and
all around the
economic
world. We see
transformation.
lots of wonderful African
we gather
women
in
changing
Tunisia,
the world in every
let us
other
seize this
country. So
opportunity
let's move to talk
strengthen our
about this
partnership,
with our
learn
honorable
from each
guest,
other,
Mrs.
and
Mrs.
explore
Florence
new
Basti.
avenues
Mrs.
of
Florence Basti, you are the
collaboration.
UN Women Tunisia and
Together we
Libya
can
cluster
harness powerful
office.
digital innovation
So the conference,
to
this
expand
conference
market
places
opportunities,
women and youth at the
strengthen
center
regional value
of the
chains,
Africa's economic
and build
transformation.
a more
And we know
inclusive,
a big
resilient,
percentage of the
and
population of
prosperous
Africa is
for the
youth,
COMESA
mainly youth. And
I
this is
encourage
a big
all
opportunity for our
participants to actively
continent.
engage
So
in the
from UN Women's
discussions,
perspective, what
networking
does an
opportunities,
inclusive really inclusive
exhibitions,
African
business
market
sessions
truly look like
throughout the week.
behind the scene,
Your
behind the
presence
curtain,
and
what
contributions are
the
essential
African women
to the
should
success of the event
how
and to
they
the
should work
continued
together maybe
advancement
and set
of our
new
shared
tone for their
regional
partnerships.
integration agenda. I wish you all productive
Thank you.
discussions.
Thank you for this
successful
question, and
deliberations and
indeed
business
for
engagements,
UN Women,
and
we have always,
indeed
of
an
course, because
enjoyable
of our
stay in
mandate,
Tunisia.
we have always
Merci
seen
beaucoup.
women as
Shukran.
the opportunity
Thank
for
you.
the African continent. And as a professional who has spent most of her career in Africa, I saw that. And it was very clear that there is no possible development or like real inclusivity if we don't consider women, who are half of the population or even a bit more, actually, and which is true worldwide, but also for the continent. So I think for us, what we have seen in our program and when we work with women is like the question of capacity or potential or skills are not the issue. Women have this potential. The issue to really master a real inclusivity is actually the question of access. Access to finance, access to market, access to opportunity. And here there is a kind of interesting data as well.
COMESA Federation of Women in Business.
We have seen that, for instance, enterprise who truly include women perform 25% more than an enterprise who will not have an inclusivity policy or approach. So for us, the idea of being inclusive is not only the right thing to do, but it's also the most effective and efficient approach. So I think it's important to keep that in mind, because sometimes people think that having gender equality or women empowerment, it's a question of rights, which it is, obviously. But if we talk here in this specific arena today, talking about business, talking about enterprise, I think it's important to keep in mind that success looks better and is more efficient where we include women. And if I may add just maybe something about young women, definitely it's also a great potential, because now the African continent with AI, with all of the new technology, we can also see that women are very involved and present in this area. So young women should be part of this new technology, this new revolution. And just to give you a number, because we are here in Tunisia, graduate students in science, technology, engineering, mathematics are mainly women. 54% of graduate students in Tunisia in this technology area are women. So it would be completely irrelevant not to consider and not to include these young women who are part of this potential.
Yeah, for sure. In July, I think 13th of July, we will be organizing an event hosting lots of women in the STEM sector, and I think it will be great. So one last question: what do you hope? We are approaching the final and the end of this panel. What do you hope that every participant here in the room will take away over the two next days? What are maybe the knowledges, the connections, the most important thing that you see useful for every African woman here with us today?
Well, my hope when I participate in this kind of event as a participant or as a panelist is definitely the question of the network and connection. Because I'm a true believer of network. I've seen that in my entire career, that when women organizations come together, they are more powerful. So I think this kind of event should actually bring this idea, and we were talking about mindset, that together we are stronger, and this is sometimes not especially present in entrepreneur, because it can be a very alone, let's say, initiative. I mean, you have this idea, you try to bring your own individual into the business market, but I think this kind of event need to show to, and especially for women, that we need to stick together as women. We always talk about the boys club, you know, this place where men in business sit together and have cigars and make networking and support each other. I think women need to do the same. They need to support each other. They need to stick together, and they really need to sit and bring this idea also, as we can do that also as a woman. So I hope that this event will kind of contribute to this mindset change and opportunity for women, no matter in which country you are. And now with globalization, even if you are not in the same country, but as women, it's important that we change our mindset and we support each other.
Yeah, for sure. You've talked about this gathering of men with the cigars, etc. Yes. But you can meet without cigars or cigarettes. It's going to be healthier for you. So, and I think that men, the partners, help women so they can go out, meet the other women entrepreneurs. Their role is very, very important. So thank you very much, Mrs. Florence Basti, UN Women Tunisia and Libya Cluster Office representative. So thank you all of you for every person here. And I cannot describe enough how much I am happy and proud to be an African woman here, surrounded by wonderful, powerful African women. And I think, and I'm sure, not I'm think, that the future will be brighter for all of us. So we didn't answer all the questions, but all the answers, you will find them tomorrow and the day after tomorrow here in Utica during during the next 2 events. So over the next 2 days, you will be exploring the very themes raised this morning. So on behalf of the organizers, thank you for our distinguished speaker. Thank you again. A big tour of applause for Dr. Devan and Haman, ASG Finance and Admin COMESA Secretariat, Mrs. Malene Bloomberg, VP ADP Group Head of North Africa Office. A big tour of applause for her. And for Mrs. Florence Basti from UN Women Tunisia and Libya Office. Thank you. Later on, in like some seconds, I think, you will have another panel, Strategic Institutional Synergy for Regional and Continental Trade. Lots of details will be presented with my colleague. Thank you very much. It was Neda Mansour, and I was very happy to be with you today. Thank you. See you next time. Thank you.
Policy dialogue, capacity building sessions. The event will showcase the immense
Thank you
potential
very
within
much, Neda
happiness
Mansour.
and
many thanks to our
the official
speakers
role that they
for
play
this
in driving
engaging
regional
and
trade,
thought-provoking chimney
innovation,
talk.
job
Their
creation,
reflection
and
have reinforced
economic
a powerful
transformation.
message.
As we gather in
Building
Tunisia,
one
let us
inclusive
seize
market,
this opportunity
one
to
future
strengthen our
requires
partnership,
stronger
learn from
partnership,
each other, and explore
bold
new
leadership,
avenues
innovation,
of collaboration.
and a shared
Together we can
commitment.
harness powerful digital innovation to expand market opportunities, strengthen regional
Building
value
on this
chains,
reflection,
and
we now
build a
move
more
to session
inclusive,
1.
resilient,
Strategic institutional
and prosperous
synergies for
future
regional and
for the
continental
COMESA
trade integration,
I encourage all
empowering women
participants
and young
to actively
entrepreneurs.
engage in the discussions,
To moderate this session,
networking
it is my
opportunities,
great pleasure
exhibitions,
to invite
business
Mrs.
sessions
Tsitsi
throughout the week.
Biazen,
Your presence
Acting Director
and
of Gender
contributions are
COMESA
essential
Secretariat,
to the
to
success
the
of the
podium.
event and to the continued advancement of our
Mrs.
shared
Biazen, the floor is
regional
yours. Please give a
integration
warm
agenda. I
applause.
wish you all
You're welcome.
productive discussions, successful deliberations and business engagements, and indeed an enjoyable stay in Tunisia. Merci beaucoup, shukran, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. It is my great pleasure to moderate the first panel, Strategic Institutional Synergies for Regional and Continental Integration, Empowering Women and Youth Entrepreneurs. As the opening stations, our guest of speakers talked about the importance of women and youth. Those are the game changer for our COMESA trading. So our panel discussion will be start after inviting guest of
The COMESA
speakers.
Federation of Women in Business, in collaboration with COMESA,
Distinguished guests,
with the government
ladies
of
and
Tunisia,
gentlemen, I
the
greet you
ATICA,
all,
and the
and I hope you
CNFCE.
are excited as
COMFWEB Tunisia chapter
about
present
our very
the
first panel
7th
discussion
COMFWEB Trade
of
Fair
the
and Business
7th
Conference to be
COMFWEB
held from
Trade Fair
1st
Business,
to 3rd July
Conference.
2026 during
So,
COMESA Week in Tunisia
before,
under the theme One
I will
Market, One
invite
Future, the digital
our
transformation
panel
to
discussion.
pave the way for the
I will
AFCFTA.
call upon
Join us in Tunis
a guest
to
of
celebrate and honor the know-how of women
honor,
entrepreneurs
Ambassador
representing
Dr.
21
Nancy
African
Songwame,
countries, discover sales and
chairperson
exhibition
of Malawi
stands,
Diplomatic
innovative
Corps.
products and services.
Ambassador
Participate
Dr.
in business
Nancy,
conferences
please
and
have
B2B
the floor.
and B2C
Thank
sessions
you.
and share moments of exchange and networking. Live an exceptional moment during the gala dinner and the COMFWEB Awards ceremony. An elegant gathering to reward women and exceptional young entrepreneurs. The COMFWEB Trade Fair and Business Conference is an exceptional African platform to stimulate economic and commercial exchanges, to highlight women entrepreneurship and strengthen economic ties between COMESA nations. Bienvenue, marhaban, welcome. For more details, contact us at these addresses.
Assalamu alaikum. Bonjour. And good morning. Oh, it's now good afternoon. I think I was supposed to start in the morning. How are you, everybody? It is a profound honor to address this gathering of Africa's most determined visionaries, business leaders, right here in Tunis at the 7th COMESA Federation of Women in Business and Trade Fair in Business Conference, strategic institutional synergies for regional and continental trade integration, empowering women and youth. This theme reminds us that Africa's economic transformation will not come from treaties sitting on shelves. It will come from institutions working together and from people, especially women and youth, being given the tools to trade, to grow, and to lead. Allow me at the outset to commend the organizers for convening this timely discussion here in Tunisia, a country that has long served as an important bridge between Africa, the Mediterranean region, Europe, and the Arab world. Tunisia's commitment to entrepreneurship, innovation, and regional cooperation reflects the spirit of connectivity and partnership that lies at the heart of Africa's integration agenda. Distinguished guests, across our continent, there is growing recognition that economic integration is no longer a matter of choice. It is an imperative. In an increasingly interconnected global economy, Africa's ability to compete, industrialize, create jobs, and achieve sustainable development will depend on how effectively we connect our markets, harmonize our policies, strengthen our institutions, and unlock the entrepreneurial potential of our people. Let me begin with the continental picture. The African Continental Free Trade, AFCFTA, is the boldest economic project our continent has undertaken since the dawn of independence. It brings together 54 countries, 1.4 billion people, and a combined GDP of more than $3.4 trillion. All this you have heard, I'm still repeating it because that's true. When fully implemented, AFCFTA is expected to increase intra-African trade by 52% by 2035 and lift 30 million people out of extreme poverty. For women and youth, these numbers are not abstract. Women make up 70% of informal cross-border traders across Africa. Youth make up 60% of our population. That means AFCFTA is the largest demographic dividend of any trade bloc in the world. Its promise is simple: fewer tariffs, simpler customs, harmonized rules of origin, and systems like the Pan-African payment and settlement systems that allow a trader in Tunis to be paid in dinar, while to have buyer in Lilongwe, where I am the ambassador, pays in kwacha. For a woman entrepreneur, that means less money lost at conversion fees and less time lost at borders. For a young innovator, it means a market of 1.4 billion customers. But AFCFTA does not stand alone. Its strength depends on the regional economic communities, RECs, that are the engines of integration on the ground.
Job creation,
COMESA, under whose umbrella many of us gather today, has demonstrated leadership in advancing inclusive regional integration through initiatives such as the 50 million African women speak
Together we can harness powerful
on
digital
platform.
innovation
Women
to
entrepreneurs
expand market
across the region
opportunities,
have gained
strengthen
access
regional value
to
chains,
information,
and build a
markets,
more inclusive,
business networks,
resilient,
financial
and
prosperous and
future
mentorship.
for the COMESA region. I encourage all
Through the
participants
simplified
to actively engage
trade
in
regime,
the discussions,
thousands
networking
of small-scale traders, most of whom are women,
business sessions
have
throughout
benefited
the week. Your
from
presence
reduced
and
administrative
contributions are
barriers
essential
and
to the
simplified
success of the event
cross-border
and to the
traders.
continued advancement
Most of the
of
issues
our
were
shared
mentioned by
regional integration
Dr.
agenda.
What's his name?
I wish you all
He's the one who was
productive
really explaining it and has put it into
successful
perspective.
deliberation
Ladies and
business
gentlemen,
engagements,
COMESA is not
and
alone.
indeed
The
an
East Africa
enjoyable
Community
stay in
EAC
Tunisia.
has advanced
beaucoup.
integration through its
Shukran.
common market
Thank you.
protocol and has placed desks for women and youth traders at its one-stop border post to reduce harassment and delays. The Southern African Development Community SADC Regional Industrialization Strategy prioritizes agro-processing and light manufacturing sectors where women and youth are already dominant, and is operationalizing a women's economic empowerment fund. I think we've got already Mrs. Mkurajija from Zimbabwe who has come with women. She will explain that later. ECOWAS, through its Gender Development Center, continues to support women in cross-border trade. This brings us to the essence of today's
COMESA
discussion:
Federation of Women in Business,
strategic
in collaboration with
institutional
COMESA,
synergies.
with the government of
No
Tunisia,
single
the
institution
Etika,
can
and the
deliver Africa's
CNFCE.
integration agenda
The
on its
COMFWEB
own.
Tunisia chapter present
This region,
the 7th
the regional
COMFWEB
economic
Trade Fair and
communities
Business Conference
must
to be held
align
from 1st
their
to 3rd
rules,
July 2026
standards,
during COMESA
and
Week in
digital
Tunisia
systems
under the theme
with
One Market,
AFCFTA.
One Future, the digital transformation to pave the way
So
for the
that
AFCFTA. Join us in Tunis
a woman in
to
Harare
celebrate and honor
can
the
produce
know-how of
under
women
COMESA's
entrepreneurs
rules
representing 21
and sell
African countries.
duty-free
Discover
in
sales and
Ghana
exhibition
under
stands, innovative products and
FTA
services.
rules without
Participate in business
double
conferences and
compliance,
B2B
because
and
women are
B2C
losing a
sessions,
lot of money
and share
through
moments of exchange and networking.
taxes.
Live an exceptional moment
Strategic
during the gala dinner
institutional
and the COMFWEB Award
synergies
ceremony.
enable
An
us
elegant
to
gathering
avoid
to reward
duplication,
women and exceptional
maximize
young
resources,
entrepreneurs. The COMFWEB Trade Fair
harmonize
and
policies,
Business Conference is an exceptional
coordinate
African platform
implementation,
to stimulate
and
economic
accelerate
and commercial
results.
exchanges, to
They
highlight women
transform
entrepreneurship
fragmented
and strengthen economic
initiatives
ties
into
between
coherent
COMESA nations.
ecosystem
Bienvenue, marhaban, welcome.
capable
For more
of
details,
supporting
contact
enterprise,
us at these
growth,
addresses.
and economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we must speak honestly about the challenges that still hold women and youth back. The first is access to finance. We've heard this one, everybody's talking of access to finance. Across Africa, women-owned SMEs face a credit gap estimated at US $42 billion. Banks still demand collateral that many women do not have, and interest rates remain prohibitive for young startups. The second challenge is knowledge of compliance. AFCFTA is complex. Many young entrepreneurs do not yet understand rules of origin, product standards, or how to certify their goods as made in Africa. Non-tariff barriers, paperwork, poor standards, delays often cost traders more than tariffs ever did. The third challenge is infrastructure, connectivity, and the digital divide. Poor roads, unreliable energy, and limited internet access mean that a brilliant product made by a woman in a rural community or an application system built by a youth in a small town still cannot reach a buyer in another African country. Poor connectivity is another main challenge. On my way here to Tunis, I had to firstly fly out of Africa to come back to Africa. That is a poor connectivity, which is time-consuming, costly for smooth running of businesses for women and youth. While on the same, why does a fellow African require a visa to go to another African country? Africa should promote free movement of people if our continent dreams are to come to life. Furthermore, a rampant corruption, I know sometimes it's difficult to discuss about it, but I am talking about it. Furthermore, rampant corruption at the borders remains a menace which needs our undivided attention. Corruption subjects our business women and youth to harassment, abuse, and risks as they end up using some uncharted routes to cross borders while subjecting themselves to danger. Distinguished delegates, if institutions work in synergy, these challenges can be turned into opportunities. First, financial institutions like Afrexim Bank, the African Development Bank, and the National Development Bank must create dedicated AFC, FTA women and youth trade windows. These should combine reduced collateral, faster approval, and mandatory business training so that capital moves together with capacity. Second, COMFWEB and the AFC-FTA Secretariat must deepen their partnership. This trade should be linked directly to FCFTA's guided trade initiative so that every woman and youth here lives not just with a business card, but with a buyer, a contract, a pathway into the continental market. Third, governments and African Union Development Agency Partnership for Africa's Development, AUDA, and NEPAD must treat digital connectivity as a trade infrastructure. So for those young men who are here today and they can hear that, this is a very good business. Investments under Program Infrastructure Development of Africa, PIDA, must reach women's processing clusters and youth technology hubs, because without roads and broadband, tariff cuts mean very little. Fourthly, we must measure what matters. National statistical offices should publish annual sex and age disaggregated data on who is actually trading under AFCFTA. What gets measured gets done. And what gets counted gets prioritized. Let us spread awareness of the Simplified Trade STR facility for the benefit of small traders, which are mostly women and youth. Also, border agencies need to strongly collaborate to pluck out corruption at the port of entry, including investing in drone patrols and surveillance systems and at the borders to safeguard women and youth against exploitation and extortion of their hard-earned money. Distinguished delegates, Africa's integration will ultimately be judged not by treaties we sign in conference halls, but by businesses we grow in markets and communities. A treaty that a woman trader cannot use is only on paper. A corridor that a youth cannot afford is a dead corridor. Strategic institutional Synergy means that AFCFTA sets the rules. Regional economic communities like COMESA implement them. Development banks build the roads and move the money. And women and youth entrepreneurs walk through the doors with good services and ideas. So the emphasis is on these three institutions. As an African proverb reminds us, a woman's hand is a rock that builds a nation, and a youth's vision is the compass that guides it. Let us build together. Let us guide together. The future of African trade is not waiting for tomorrow. It is here at this conference, in your products and in your determination. I thank you. Shukrani jazilani. Jete remesi. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Dr. Nancy, for the wonderful keynote address for this important panel discussion. She mentioned about the importance of regional trade for the realization of economic integration and social development. She mentioned about the 50 million African Speak platform, which realized the digital infrastructure to advance women economic empowerment in COMESA region. She mentioned about the challenges that hinder in the trade areas, specifically the non-tariff barriers, which is a barrier to hinder our women economic empowerment, specifically in cross-border area. And also she mentioned about the importance of this sex disaggregated data to leverage the potential of our people and citizens in COMESA region. Thank you so much, Ambassador Dr. Nancy. So now I wish call upon and invite our panelists, Dr. Wubshat Shifarrao, Honorable Wubshat Shifarrao, COMESA Court of Justice, Mr. Nicholas Mudunga, CO Africa Laser and Laser Products. Please put your hand for our panelists. Mr. Andrew Bamgue, a Program Manager, Trade Development Bank. Thank you very much. Mr. Jerry Songwell, Director, Program and Government Relations, ZEPRI. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. Mr. Willard Momba, CO COMESA Competition Consumer Commission, the previous CCC, now CCCC. And Dr. John Mukuka, CO Actesia. Okay, thank you very much, our panelists. Now we can start our panel discussion. We have, I think, 30 minutes. Each panelist have 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. So I will start from Mr. Willard, CO COMESA Competition Consumer Commission. Kindly outline the mandate of your organization on advancing regional, continental, and global trade. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and thank you to COMFWEB to invite in the Commercial Competition and Consumer Commission to be part of this very important event. The Commercial Competition Commission has a very big role in ensuring regional integration, investments, free trade, and indeed making sure that the women and the youth, they participate freely in these markets that we talk about. Why? Because the Commercial Competition and Consumer Commission, in fact, sets the basic rules of engagement, the basic rules of operations in the market. And I say the basic rules because these are rules that ensure fairness for any undertaking, woman, youth, or even multinationals to operate on a set of rules that is fair to everyone else. In technical terms, the Commercial Competition Commission is responsible for promoting competition and fairness in the market by preventing restrictive business practices that deter the efficient operations of markets, but also that safeguard the welfare of consumers in these markets. So in simple terms, Madam Moderator, the Commercial Competition Commission ensures that incumbent firms or firms with economic power do not engage in conduct that would frustrate the existence and fair operation of other firms, especially smaller ones. Firms with economic power do not make it very difficult for new entrants, newcomers on the stage to enter and compete favorably. In this process, especially when we are talking about cross-border trade, cross-border business, it means it is a woman in one country, it is a youth in one country who wants to have an opportunity in another country. If there are incumbent firms in that other country with economic and monopoly power, but also the advantage of incumbents in a country where they are domiciled, it may become very easy to frustrate the entry of this potential player, a woman, youth, or any other smaller business in that other country. The rules of engagement under the Commercial Competition and Consumer Protection regulations will say you cannot engage in such a practice. And if you engage in such a practice, you will be subjected to hefty fines. So it constrains the bad behavior of those undertakings to the detriment of smaller undertakings. Now, I know you gave us 10 minutes. I think I've used my 3 minutes now. Let me go to the nitty-gritty. So what are some of the approaches that the Commission has undertaken to ensure that it supports especially women and youth entrepreneurs in this broader scheme of events or issues of cross-border? Number one, the law gives us the power. Remember, some of the things that are prohibited in that law are businesses coming together to engage in a cartel to the detriment of other businesses. But in a cartel, it means they will agree on things that ordinarily they should not agree on. So for example, they will agree on prices, they will agree on allocating markets, they will agree on a number of things. The law says for smaller firms, in fact, when there is a crisis, that law can be suspended and allow these smaller firms. And for today, for purposes of this meeting, I'll be talking about women and youth because I'll be taking them as smaller firms because in the grand scheme of things, we deal with multinationals. So the law is saying for the women and youth entrepreneurs, it can be suspended to allow them, in fact, to coordinate their behavior so that they form a critical mass that can compete effectively against the bigger firms. Secondly, Madam Moderator, distinguished delegates, the law also safeguards the women and youth entrepreneurs by taking into account what we call public interest conditions. So the law provides and facilitates a platform where smaller businesses, who may be women or youth, to become competitive by creating a certain platform. I'm sure we can get in the nitty-gritties of that if time allows. By creating a certain platform that may make them competitive in regional, continental, and international markets. The other one, Madam Moderator,
Thank
is
you very much.
I think
It's time.
the last one. Is my 10 minutes done?
2 minutes.
I'm looking at
More
my
than
watch. But anyway, the last one, you will agree that today, and I think one of the distinguished speakers said this earlier in the morning, today in business, especially cross-border business, you cannot do away with digital financial inclusion. The Commercial Competition Commission has been making that platform easy to be used by smaller businesses. For example, currently we are investigating Meta, which is basically known as Facebook, for making it very, very difficult for AI developers to use WhatsApp, which is a Meta product, to use WhatsApp to reach to so many consumers, so many businesses. Smaller businesses like women and youth, in fact, would need this platform, which we sometimes think is informal, WhatsApp, to reach to their stakeholders. Thank you very much. But I complain on the time. This is not 10 minutes.
No. Dr. John Mukuka, CEO Actasia, could you please tell us your mandate to empower our women and youth based upon your institution? Thank you. Only 2 minutes.
Yes, yeah, my institution mandate is to integrate smaller farmers into domestic, regional, and international markets by providing improved policy environment, expanded market facility services, and capacity building. So we implement agricultural programs on behalf of COMESA, and then we make sure that we support, for example, right now we have women that are involved in horticultural products, avocado production of oil, for example, in Rwanda, we are supporting that. We have also got women that have got seed companies that we are supporting. So we make sure that we deliberately, in our programs, we include strategies, that embrace women. Right now, we have a program called the COMESA ESC Horticulture Accelerator, where we have developed the Gender, Youth, and Nutrition Strategy. Here, we deliberately support, do capacity building for women farmers. We advocate also for intervention that support women. We have also taken into consideration access to credit and investment for women, where we give promising women, we give matching grants, so that they can expand and export, within the region. We also support the women in terms of gender-sensitive infrastructure. For example, child care facilities, for women, so that they can be involved in regional trade. And then we also embrace a public-private partnership for women, so that there is coordination, there is implementation, and then also they are supported in terms of mentorships and investments. So we have seen that is very important. Otherwise, if we just leave it free for all, I think we won't be able to make sure that women are supported or the youth are supported. The good example is the woman who owns, who buys avocado within Rwanda and then process, avocado oil at the quality is international qualities like olive oil and others. So they wanted to increase the processing equipment. So we had to support them with about US dollar 100,000, and they're doing very well. And so because of that strategies that we develop, so that we don't do things in hard work, we have managed to support the women, so that they go to another level. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. John. Our program manager, TDV, Mr. Andrew. So could you please tell us your mandate specifically the women economic, women and youth empowerment, particularly in the financial inclusion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Greetings from the Trade and Development Bank. Last year in Ethiopia, when we were invited, I think we had also recommended to CONFEP to increase the panelists that are women and young women on the panel, but also to bring as many young women into the conference, because that's the future. So we are the concessional arm of the Trade and Development Bank Group. We are a development finance institution. We are owned by COMESA member states. So the governments own the bank, and we primarily do a couple of things. One, we lend to governments, so governments borrow from their bank. Two, we also lend for project and infrastructure finance. We also do a lot of trade finance. In fact, the bulk of our funding is trade finance. We finance development of major commodities across the region, but we finance heavy infrastructure as well. The Trade and Development Fund, where I come from, is this concessional arm of the Trade and Development Bank Group. That is where you find the softer money. Softer money means easier on terms. Some of it is grants, non-repayable but conditional. We do have a lot of technical assistance. We do have a lot of concessional loans. And we are currently implementing programs in excess of $50 million that are targeted strictly for women and with a big bias to young women. We operate across 26 countries. That means all COMESA member states, and that all women are eligible for these programs, subject, of course, to bankability. The thematic view to your question here is that the Trade and Development Fund was set up to do the hard work. We focus on identifying market challenges. For example, women who cannot access bank finance because they lack physical collateral. We then create solutions around those challenges, raise money together with some of the partners across this panel, and deploy it at a very low cost for the benefit of youth, MSMEs, and young women. That is what we primarily do. At the moment, I would invite you as well to check our website. We have a program that launched in Kenya. We have over $9 million with Faulu Microfinance Bank for women in Kenya and MSMEs. Very low interest, digital finance, solving for collateral. We're also launching a $45 million program in Southern Africa, 5 countries, very low cost funding. This one is strictly for young women in cross-border trade. So that's what we primarily do on a day-to-day basis with a view of supporting access to finance for those that are struggling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe I wanted to go, Mr. Jerry Zepre. What is your special program to advance gender equality and women empowerment? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Madam Moderator. So the way ZEP is structured, were created initially to promote trade in the region through insurance trade, but subsequently were called out by member states to say, you are serving the traditional insurance market well, but there's a protection gap that we are not addressing. And from that, we decided to specifically start focusing on MSMEs and the agriculture sector. Now, when it comes to women and youth, I think we've taken out an active outreach program that one is targeting on capacity building. This is something we are developing with CONFEB to tell, because when you look at the statistics, about 50 to 60% of the informal sector trade is by women, but they don't have access to insurance. My colleague here, Andrew, has talked about bankability. He's talked about funds, which are available. but the woman entrepreneur cannot access those funds, whether it's due to lack of collateral or due to lack of knowledge. So we are coming in, one, de-risk the fact that banks, of course, will like collateral. So what is EPRI coming to do? We are coming to ensure that risk where there's lack of collateral, so that the woman entrepreneur can access that loan and serve it. Secondly, we've also noticed that the agriculture sector had been left out, and currently we are really bedeviled by climate change. So you'll see in most of the region, like Kenya, Ethiopia, and Somalia, we have a program for pastoralists. If you go down south in Zambia, we have a program for crop in agriculture, which we've also extended to DRC. And what we are trying now to do is to combine the fact that we're already risking the crop failure and livestock failure. We now want to add to the value chain. Once they are sure that they're not going to lose their crops or their income, what is the next step? Should we give them access to loans through de-risking? Can they get medical products? Can they, for the woman entrepreneur in the cities, are they able to cover their stock through either from fire or theft? So those are some of the activities we are currently doing. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much. I wish to come with our CEO, Africa Laser and Laser Products. Could you please clarify for this audience a special program in your institution on women and youth economic empowerment in laser and laser product? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, colleagues. I come from Africa Leather and Leather Products Institute, which is based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Our mandate or scope of work is to support the development of the leather value chain end to end. By this, I mean we start from slaughtering of the animal. If the skin is not harvested properly, it will have defects. So our task is to build capacity to ensure that the skin is harvested properly. Then it is preserved properly. So we also build that capacity of preservation of hides and skins. Then we also build capacity of artisan and big tanneries to produce quality leather. Then we build capacity of entrepreneurs to design, develop, and manufacture leather products. Then we facilitate domestic, regional, continental, and international market connections. Please visit our stand. We've come with women who are showcasing beautiful leather products. And make sure you buy at least, especially those who are carrying artificial or synthetic leather handbags, which are not leather, which are not made friendly, and those who are carrying international brands, which are not African brands, please replace those bags by buying. I can see my ambassador is smiling. So my ambassador, you have to put aside the European brand and buy the brands made here in Africa. They are high quality products. With the dimension of synergistic partnership, by building the capacity of these SMEs and big companies, we are also even making them bankable. So if we are working with TDB Bank and we give them candidates to get loan, we are assured that these people will be able to repay. But if we give people loans who are outside without support, there's a high risk of default. Practically, from today, we are going to ensure that all the women that we are working with in Africa join the chapters of CONFEB in all the countries that we are working with. By so doing, we'll be empowering CONFEB Secretariat and also CONFEB chapters. We are also committing to receive entrepreneurs from CONFEB chapters that are working on leather so that we can build their capacity and we can facilitate market connections. Again, linked to the synergistic aspect, I want to quote what Mother Teresa said. Mother Teresa said, "You can do what I cannot do. I can do what you cannot do. But if we work together, we'll be able to address all the challenges." I want to assure you that in Africa, we don't have challenges. The challenges are in our minds. In 1953, South Korea's GDP per capita was less than that of Haiti, Somalia, and many African countries. But today it is very far because they never saw anything as a barrier. But they said to themselves, we can work and address all these things. South Korea has no natural resources. Africa with natural resources. Let's remove the term barrier constraint from our vocabulary. It is our mind which is limiting us. Let's work together to transform Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. I wanted to come, Honorable Wibisha Shifarra, Doctor. Kindly outline the mandate of your organization for advancing regional and continental global trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. As indicated, my name is Ubishat. I came from the COMESA Court of Justice. As I have been highlighting the other day, this court is established by the COMESA Treaty, the 1994 COMESA Treaty, and its mandate mainly and basically emanates from the treaties that established the court. It's a regional court composed of 11 judges, and the main function of this court is applying and interpreting the dictates of the treaty. So you know that the treaty has got a lot of commitments by member states. It's a very big document, and it's adopted in 1994. Somehow young or old, I don't know. But the way we do gives lives to this treaty, however long it is. So whenever the treaty is clear, we apply it. We ensure that the commitment that the government of our nations committed would be respected by the government themselves, by the institutions established by the governments, including the COMESA itself, all our institutions. So we believe that they respect our laws, the commitments that we have. But in case, we also guard citizens, companies, business people, women, and the youth, that the commitments are meant to be respected. So our main mandate emanates from the basic treaty establishing our court, and it's basically applying the law as it is. Other regulations establishing institutions also gives the mandate to our court. For example, the COMESA Competition Consumer Commission regulation, the newly adopted regulation in 2025, gives power to the court that whatever the decision given by the commission is challenged, then a party, a company, or individuals could appear before the court to challenge the decision of the commission. So our mandate also emanates from regulations that have been adopted by the COMESA institutions. And when the commission also enforces its decision, they can approach us so that the decisions that they have given be enforced in respective member state countries. This is basically the application role of the court, so that whenever it's clear, we apply the laws. And we make sure that rules are meant to be respected. And in that respect, whenever we have cases or we don't have cases, we symbolize that there is a body who could have held accountable. Even member states or COMESA institutions could also be held accountable in front of justice, and so that justice and rule of law shall be ensured. In another instance, our mandate emanates from the treaty to interpret the provisions within the treaty. So if there is any vague provision within the treaty, we interpret and sees that any provision within the treaty goes in line with the most recent developments in the world and in Africa. So even if it's not adopted in 1994, whenever a party seeks interpretation, we give interpretation that keeps the treaty alive. As you know, we do have countries whose constitution have lasted for more than 100 years. These constitutions are outdated if we count the dates, but they have been kept alive by the courts, by the national courts in their respective jurisdictions. So we also interpret when questions of interpretations emanate from the Secretary General or the member states, or when question of interpretations comes from individuals through the cases that they brought, comes from companies through the cases that they brought. We interpret the Constitution and we give life to we interpret the provisions within the treaty and we give life to the provisions within the treaty. So our main mandate for the Constitution, and it's applying and interpreting the Constitution and give life to the treaty. I can give you many examples by which the courts give life by interpreting provisions. For example, women, the youth are everywhere in our continent, in our region. They are farmers, traders, businessmen, professors. They are wherever. They are productive. And if we apply the principle of equality, what is meant by the principle of equality for women in the treaty provision? So we interpret that to favor those who need special positive action. So in that way, we try to keep the treaty alive. Even though it's not amended, it's not reformed, the court is there to see that the Constitution, the treaties that establish our system is still a living treaty.
Okay. Thank you so much. I wanted to give another chance for you, dear Registrar, Honorable. What the role of public-private partnership for increasing sustainable trade for women and youth? Could you please clarify? The role of public-private partnership to advance sustainable trade for women and youth in the COMESA region.
We as a court see that partnership is not only important but decisive to promote rule of law and justice in our region. We can't go anywhere being fragmented. We have to have synergies, expertise, knowledge, resources aligned together to see that our system works towards attaining the common good that our laws are meant for. As a court, we are independent, as the treaty declares, but independence doesn't mean that we should be placed somewhere like an island. We have to work very closely with people from different corners of the world, not only from Africa. So we partner with universities, we partner with our institutions within COMESA, we partner with law societies in the region, especially law societies within the member states. We partner with academic institutions. We partner with bankers to get some funders, and we partner with many institutions. This institutional partnership creates a lot of opportunities for the court, so that the court ensures justice to women and to the young that are in front of us. For example, women in most parts of our continent do lack information about the court. They, even if they have got information about the court, they don't have a means to access the court. Even if they get opportunities, they don't have the knowledge or the resource, the finance or whatever. They need support from legal aid centers. they need some kind of awareness. So we partner with law societies in the member states so that these law societies will support our women to access our justice system efficiently with less cost and with less time. We approach the societies within national states that work for the awareness creation of women so that they create awareness among women. The perception is damaging, more damaging than the reality. In that court systems are perceived to be inaccessible in many ways, especially for women and for young people, especially women in the rural areas and young people on the streets. So we partner with different bodies to see that this perception is not up to the reality. They can access our courts from wherever they are. They can access our courts from wherever they are at zero cost, with only the cost in the internet. And they can access our legal professionals in their respective countries for minimum cost. So our partnership with different bodies is important. Private bodies, public bodies is important to see that justice is the rule of the day, especially for women and young people.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Please put your round of applause for my panelists. So I received a message from my co-moderator. It's time. Thank you very much, my audience and the panelists. This is the last session of this important panel discussion. Thank you very much, our institutional CEO and managers, Honorable Registrar. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Titish Piazan, and very much thanks to our panelists. As we continue these conversations, this conference, we now move to session 2, from regional markets to continental trade, leverage African continental free trade area for digital and inclusive growth. It is now my great pleasure to invite the moderator of this session, Mrs. Victoria Karuga. Please join me in applause on Mrs. Karuga. You have to introduce. Sorry? You have to call the panelists.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all doing? Good afternoon. Okay. Bon après-midi. Is it après-midi? Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity to run a session talking about the regional markets to continental trade area, how we can leverage on AFCFTA for the digital and inclusive growth as women in business. And I would like to say, to start us off, I would like to call our keynote address speaker, who is Ms. Rose Masita, who is a Director of Domestic Trade, Ministry of Trade Investments and Industry from Kenya. Ms. Rose Masita, you're very welcome. Let's give her a round of applause.
the host country, Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Tunisia, the Chief Executive Officer, COMFWEB, the President of the CNFCE, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great honor and privilege to join you at this 7th COMFWEB Regional Trade Fair and Business Conference. I bring warm greetings from the government and the people of the Republic of Kenya, and in particular from the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. I sincerely thank the government of Tunisia, the COMFWEB Secretariat, and all partners for the excellent organization of this important conference and for the warm hospitality extended to my delegation and to all the delegates. The theme of this session, from regional markets to continental trade, leveraging AFCFTA for digital and inclusive growth, comes at a defining moment in Africa's economic integration journey. It reminds that while our regional economic communities have laid a strong foundation for cooperation, the AFCFTA now presents an unprecedented opportunity to transform Africa into one integrated market that promotes investment, industrialization, and innovation, and shared prosperity. For many years, regional blocs such as COMESA have strengthened trade by reducing tariffs, improving customs cooperation, and facilitating movement of goods and services. These achievements have prepared us for the next phase of continental integration. However, the success of the Africa Continental Trade Area will ultimately be measured not by the agreements we sign, but by the businesses that expand across borders, the investments we attract, the jobs we create, and the livelihoods we improve. As governments, our responsibility is therefore to create an enabling environment where enterprises can confidently access markets across the continent. We must continue to simplify trade procedures, harmonize regulations, improve transport and logistics infrastructure, and remove non-tariff barriers that continue to constrain intra-Africa trade. Central to this transformation are micro, small, and medium enterprises across Africa. The MSMEs account for the overwhelming majority of businesses and provide employment for millions of our citizens. Women and youth entrepreneurs in particular are the backbone of cross-border trade within the COMESA region. Their success will determine the success of the Africa Continental Trade Area itself. Our focus, therefore, must be on ensuring that these enterprises are equipped to move beyond local and regional markets and compete successfully across the continent. This requires improved access to market information, affordable finance, standard certifications, business development services, and modern trade infrastructure. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, digital transformation provides one of the most powerful tools for accelerating this transition. Digital platforms have significantly lowered the cost of doing business and expanded market access for enterprises of all sizes. E-commerce, digital payment systems, electronic customs processes, and paperless trade are reducing transaction costs while improving efficiency and transparency across borders. Emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, blockchain, and digital supply chain management systems, are also creating new opportunities for African businesses to improve productivity, strengthen product traceability, and participate competitively in regional and global value chains. Our collective investment in digital infrastructure and skills will therefore determine how effectively Africa competes in the future global economy. Kenya fully recognizes the importance of digital trade as a driver of inclusive economic growth. Through the State Department for Trade, we continue to implement policies and programs that strengthen competitiveness of our enterprises, promote value addition, facilitate market access, and improve the ease of doing business. We are also working closely with the private sector, our county governments, and development partners to enhance export readiness among the micro, small, and medium enterprises, particularly those owned by women and youth. These efforts are fully aligned with the Kenya's bottom-up transformation agenda, which seeks to stimulate production, expand manufacturing, strengthen value chains, and create sustainable employment through increased trade and investment. Equally important, ladies and gentlemen, is ensuring that the continental trade remains genuinely inclusive. Economic growth can only be sustained when women, youth, persons with disability, and rural enterprises participate fully in the opportunities created by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. This calls for deliberate policies that improve access to finance, strengthen business support institutions, expand skills development, and remove structural barriers that continue to limit participation by these vulnerable groups. As governments, we must continue implementing gender-responsive trade policies and investing in digital infrastructure that connects businesses to markets. Financial institutions must develop innovative financing products that respond to the needs of growing enterprises, while the private sector should continue investing in logistics, digital marketplaces, and innovative solutions that make intra-Africa trade faster, cheaper, and more efficient. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Africa's prosperity lies in stronger regional value chains, increased industrialization, and deeper continental integration. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area offers a once-in-a-generation opportunity to unlock Africa's economic potential. It's now our collective responsibility to ensure that its benefits are experienced by businesses, entrepreneurs, and communities across every corner of our continent. Let this conference strengthen our partnerships, inspire practical solutions, and reinforce our shared commitment to building an Africa where trade drives inclusive growth, innovation, resilience, and sustainable development. On behalf of the government of Kenya, I reaffirm our commitment to working with COMFWEB, COMESA member states, and all our continental partners to advance an integrated, competitive, and prosperous African market. I thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Director Rose Masita, for those words that will start off our session, where you've talked about the role of digital innovation into integrating us in the world of trade, especially Africa in trade, and in the country, using the framework that we've been given. She's talked about e-commerce, and I don't know how many of you have seen the problems that we have. We have great e-commerce platforms in our countries, but the minute you cross to another country, it's a bit difficult. Sometimes it's a currency issue. I don't know what it is. Yet we have very many people here who can solve that problem. And she's also talked about rural enterprises. From where I come from, the phone penetration is significant, so we can leverage that. But to help me unpack this particular topic, I'd like to call on stage the panelists who are in this session. And I'd like to start with Mr. Allah Fahmy, Technical Advisor, AFCFTA, ActMap, COMESA. We can give him a round of applause as he comes, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call Ms. Noura Ghesmi, Senior Director of Trade, COMESA Desk Officer in Tunisia. Give her a round of applause, please, as she comes. I'd like to call Ms. Esperance Belou, the chairperson for the Democratic Republic of Congo. So give her a round of applause, please. I'd like to call Colonel Major Abdel Hakim Abidi. I hope that's. Thank you very much. And this is the Tunisian Customs National School. And then last but not least, I'd like to call Ms. Winnie Ngumi, who is the CEO of Space and Style, a manufacturing organization based in Kenya. So let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Good. So you do have microphones next to you there, and perhaps I would like to ask for a translator because I have a multilingual panel, so that I can also listen to the other language. If someone can help me with translate. I'll start by asking you to just do a brief introduction of yourself, maybe 2 to 3 minutes. I've promised my co-facilitator that I'll keep this panel 30 to 40 minutes, and you know now everyone is a bit hungry. So I'd like to ask you to introduce yourself and the mandate of your organization as we proceed. Thank you very much.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. I'm Ala Fahmy, working for the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and my role is a technical advisor to the Africa Trade Competitiveness, it's a long name, Trade Competitiveness and Market Access Program. This program is all over Africa. COMESA is part of it, and the objective is obviously to facilitate the competitiveness of trade and better markets for intra-African and also export markets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Noura.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis Noura Ben Mohamed Ghesmi, sous-directeur de la coopération avec les pays africains et point focal national de COMESA au ministère de Commerce et Développement des Exportations en Tunisie. Je gère la coopération avec le COMESA et le secrétariat et toutes les institutions spécialisées. Donc, je coordonne entre, d'une part, comme j'ai dit, le secrétariat et d'autre part, tous les secteurs privés et publics en Tunisie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's give her a clap, a hand.
Merci Vicky, je suis Madame Espérance Belaou, je suis la chapitre Confweb RDC. En même temps, je suis chef d'entreprise dans 3 filières, filière maïs, manioc et riz en RDC même à Kinshasa. Et je suis la présidente nationale de la commission de femmes entrepreneurs de la Fédération des entreprises du Congo, le plus grand patronat de la RDC. Notre mission, c'est 3 missions. C'est l'encadrement de femmes au travers de formations pour les permettre d'être compétitives en acquérant de nouvelles compétences. La deuxième, c'est la promotion. Vous allez, pour celles qui pourront être à l'UTICA, nous avons amené plus de 20 femmes entrepreneurs en Tunisie pour présenter leurs produits. Et c'est par la promotion qu'ils peuvent conquérir le marché comme le COMESA. Et enfin, les plaidoyers. Vous savez qu'il y a encore beaucoup de freins pour les femmes, le business de femmes de se développer. Donc, nous menons des plaidoyers auprès des institutions étatiques. Merci.
Merci. Thank you.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis le colonel-major Abidi Abdelhakim, directeur général de l'École nationale douane. Aussi, je suis expert en matière de la formation digitale. Tout ce qui concerne aussi le contrôle douanier, procédures et tout ce qui concerne l'amélioration, l'ensemble des tâches, des activités et la procédure pour assurer un dédouanement accéléré, facile, à travers surtout un brainstorming de nouvelle génération leadership douanier en concertation, en collaboration avec tous nos partenaires. Merci.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Winnie Ngumi. I am a business leader. I believe I am the reason why we are here, because I am a woman in operating a business in Africa. I started my business, Space and Style, 25 years ago in Kenya. We started off as a trading company that was importing roofing products, steel roofing products from New Zealand. And about 10 years ago, went into full-scale local manufacturing in Kenya, set up a manufacturing company. The reason I am here is also because I'm looking for distributors across the COMESA market. I am also a board member of FOWEC, which is a COMESA Women in Business Kenya chapter. I sit in the board as an advocate for women in business. I also am a board member at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, where we also advocate the business environment for women in manufacturing and manufacturing in general in Kenya. I also work for the government of Kenya in the infrastructure space. I chair the Kenya National Highways Authority, which is the largest state corporation in Kenya that is building our national trunk roads, where our business is to build roads that contribute to regional trade infrastructure. So I am very happy to be here. And I think as a woman in business, working both in private and public sector, I'm really humbled to be part of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can give a hand to all the panelists. Thank you so much. And I'm going to start with my first question, which I will ask Mr. Ala Fahmy and also Ms. Winnie Ngumi to answer. And these are around the opportunities that are present for both women and youth entrepreneurs that are presented by the AFCFTA. And as AFCFTA framework seeks to expand both local and regional markets in continental trade. So what opportunities is what I'm asking. Have you seen present themselves? We can start with you and then we can move to you.
Yes. Well, the Continental Free Trade Agreement is obviously opening bigger markets.
Yeah.
Usually entrepreneurs start with local markets, and such an arrangement would make that market available or attainable. But it doesn't mean at the same time that they will immediately are able to access everywhere in Africa. A lot of effort and capacity building and developments need to be done at the enterprise level itself, but also at the borders and across all markets. Well, from the digital perspective, platforms, for example, can make the export easier, yet their products need to be better, more certified, to be able to reach to like continental markets. And this is a long journey. It's not happening between like a week or a month, but it takes years. So all that effort of paving the way to open the markets should be accompanied as well with enterprise upgrading efforts, quality infrastructure effort, harmonization of trade, and a lot of things. A previous guest was talking about value chains.
Yeah.
I would like to maybe expand that terminology or that concept to what we call market system, which includes all the steps at the value chain level from primary production till the markets, but also it includes services, service provision, and also rules and regulations. So it is a bit beyond that, because without the supporting services, which is training, innovation, education, capacity building, certification, and everything, and also without the rules and regulations at the country level and at the regional level, the development will be much, much slower.
Okay, and thank you very much. In fact, I think I'm going to hang on to that part where you talk about there's a lot of capacity building and rules and regulations that need to come with the expansion of AFCFTA. So hold on to that thought. We are going to come back to that one. I'd like to go to Winnie because she's a woman in business who has been trying to access markets for her product. And maybe from her experience, she can also lean into this particular question. Winnie.
Thank you. Well, business is all about profit and growing the enterprise and making it sustainable. So the FCFTA provides us access to market. The first thing when you're in manufacturing, you need markets. You need markets that you can utilize to scale your businesses. So first things is access to market, is the access to the population, the demographic in Africa. Today, through the FCFTA as an African opportunity and COMESA specifically as a regional one, we can access as many countries as possible to sell our products. The other thing that the opportunity gives us is all the platforms that are available under the FCFTA. Through the FCFTA trading companies that are registered in country, we find that we can access tools that we can use to export. Through the development partners, of course, and technical support when it comes to, capacity building, we can access that for our businesses. There is opportunities increasingly, and I've had it mentioned here, to access also Forex platforms where we can trade currency stabilization tools. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for us in business, and also the platforms that it's exposing businesses. For example, we now have information on how to use our borders to trade, how to get goods across borders. So it's an extremely important opportunity because at the end of the day, we want our products to reach all parts of the continent.
Okay, so what I would like for you to do and think about is maybe perhaps for a woman in business here who AFCFTA is a very big framework, and this is not for now, for later. What concrete example can you give of something that has actually worked for you in the AFCFTA framework? And with that, I want to bring it to, I've barely had any time. It can be 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I'd like to bring it to Nura with your work that is harmonizing between the AFCF framework using COMESA and your office. What are some of the things that you have taken into account that women in this particular room need to be aware of, at least through the work that you have done, especially when it comes to using digital means of accessing markets, regional markets? Over to you. I hope I'm clear.
Votre question est claire. Toutefois, je veux faire une chose que j'ai oublié peut-être au début de ma présentation, c'est de dire À tout le monde, à tous nos invités que sont les bienvenus en Tunisie, vu que je représente le ministère du Commerce et du Développement des Exportations, qui coordonne, qui est chargé de la coordination en Tunisie. Donc, j'espère que tout le monde est à l'aise, il passe un très bon séjour et il profite très bien de leur présence en Tunisie pendant ce forum. Ça, c'est un. Deux, concernant votre question, le COMESA, c'est un CER parmi les plus grands dans l'Afrique. Toutefois, la ZLECAf, ça englobe tout. Ça englobe toutes les CER. Et le souci du COMESA, c'est de faire en sorte d'être complémentaire avec la ZLECAf. Déjà, la première chose, et peut-être parmi les choses les plus importantes, que le COMESA a préparé une stratégie de mise en œuvre de la ZLECAf, qui a été adoptée lors du Conseil des ministres en 2 avril. Aussi bien le plan à moyen terme 2026-2030 de la COMESA, il se base sur cette mise en œuvre d'une part et la transformation digitale d'autre part. De ce fait, je peux citer quelques plateformes ou quelques éléments numériques utilisés par le COMESA qui étaient déjà adoptés par la ZLECAf, comme le ECO. C'est une plateforme de certificat d'origine électronique. Cette plateforme du COMESA, elle est déjà prise telle qu'elle est par la ZLECAf pour qu'elle soit adoptée pour tous les pays membres de la ZLECAf. Aussi bien la plateforme numérique des barrières d'identification et d'élimination des barrières non tarifaires. Elle est utilisée par les pays membres COMESA et elle est adoptée par la ZLECAf aussi telle qu'elle est. On peut citer aussi le Cloud Africa. C'est un projet, c'est un souci, c'est un rêve pour l'Afrique, pas seulement pour le COMESA. On cherche à avoir notre Cloud Africa pour ne pas toujours rester tributaire des autres pays ou des autres organisations. Ce projet, il était adopté ou plutôt utilisé comme pilote à la région COMESA et il sera, utilisé et adopté en deuxième phase par la ZLECAf. On peut citer aussi le programme de 50 millions de femmes africaines qui parlent. Je crois qu'il n'y a pas des personnes qui ont évoqué ça tant que c'est un projet des femmes. Et on est aujourd'hui dans un événement dédié aux femmes chefs d'entreprise, aux femmes COMESA et aussi bien aux femmes africaines en général. Ce projet consiste en une plateforme numérique qui permet le réseautage et la connexion entre les femmes dans la zone COMESA et aussi bien dans d'autres zones de toute l'Afrique, pas seulement COMESA. Ce projet, il était mis en œuvre par le COMESA, l'Union africaine et financé par la BAD, la Banque africaine de développement. C'est un très bon projet. Et la Tunisie, elle est totalement inscrite dans ce projet. Déjà, entre 2022 et 2025, il y a 30 000 de femmes qui ont inscrit sur cette plateforme. Je peux ajouter d'autres éléments si vous me permettez.
No. Our facilitator. But thank you very much, and thank you, Messi, because of referring us back to the 50 Million Women Speak, which is a platform for women. Thank you very much, Noura, for that. And I want to go to the Colonel, Major Abdul Hakim, and I want to ask you, and riding onto your question around capacity building around customs and different countries. What have you seen is your area now that you have to focus on to help traders, basically, and business people get ready for that inter-exchange, especially the cross-border trade?
Merci. Comme vous savez, le rôle de la douane moderne, c'est l'accélération et facilitation de procédures de commerce illicite. Aussi, si les frontières séparent, la douane aujourd'hui rapproche. Donc, comment on assure l'intégration commerciale et l'inclusion économique à travers la transformation digitale, c'est-à-dire si les accords politiques décident les règles, c'est les agents de douane qui l'appliquent sur le terrain. Donc, pour ça, on a travaillé sur un programme de formation afin de renforcer les capacités de nos collègues. On a travaillé sur un projet de brainstorming, nouvelle génération leadership pour appliquer le rôle moderne, la facilitation et l'accélération de procédures de douanement fictivement. Donc, autre que sanction de contrôle ou la perception de droits et taxes exigibles, aujourd'hui, il faut assurer la compétitivité de l'économie nationale, c'est-à-dire la compétitivité de l'entreprise et l'assistance, l'accompagnement des opérateurs économiques agréés. Donc, autre que la formation qu'on a assure pour les douaniers, donc on a assuré beaucoup de formations et on a signé beaucoup de conventions avec nos partenaires du secteur privé, qu'ils soient les institutions professionnelles ou les opérateurs même du secteur privé. Donc, afin de leur présenter ces règles de détermination de l'origine, tout ce qui concerne les LICAF, donc tout ce qui concerne comme les autres accords, que ce soit bi ou multilatéral. Donc, la transformation digitale, de la transformation digitale vers l'intégration commerciale et l'inclusion économique. Bien sûr, les trois éléments essentiels. Donc, toujours, on pense que la transformation digitale, c'est les technologies, c'est le data, bon, la culture de blockchain, l'intelligence artificielle, bon, l'internet d'objets pour assurer la facilitation. Mais sincèrement, c'est le renforcement de capacité de ressources humaines, c'est le capital humain le plus important. Donc, pour ça, à travers la formation, on assure renforcement de leur capacité afin d'améliorer et changer les procédures et le process à travers la créativité pour faciliter et accélérer les opérations de douanement, c'est-à-dire l'encouragement de l'opérateur, de l'entreprise. Donc, à travers la formation, à travers le renforcement de capacité de capital humain, de ressources, mais que ce soit les douaniers ou les opérateurs même, on travaille actuellement sur l'accélération et la facilitation de procédures. Bon, bien sûr, par l'exploitation de nouvelles technologies.
Okay, thank you very much. And last but not least, Madame Esperance, thinking about the businesswoman and especially the businesswoman that you represent and you yourself being a businesswoman, and we've heard about what has been shared that's being done. What are the actual barriers, the actual things on the ground that are preventing the women or even business people from taking advantage of the framework? And of course, give us a few suggestions on how we can.
Merci beaucoup, Vicky. Aujourd'hui, nous parlons comme ça, c'est un très grand marché. On parle des 650 millions de personnes. Moi, je suis dans l'agroalimentaire. Ma tête étant que chef d'entreprise avait déjà depuis hier en train de tourner. Je me dis aujourd'hui, je produis ma farine de manioc en RDC. Si je ne pouvais atteindre que peut-être pour ne pas être trop prétentieuse, peut-être 5% de marché, Vicky, je deviens millionnaire demain matin. Mais ça ne suffit pas. Ça ne suffit pas pourquoi? Parce qu'il y a des blocages réels. dans la mise en place, dans la praticabilité même du marché commun qui est les COMESA. Pour nos chefs d'entreprise, je te parlerai, Vicky, je viens de la RDC. La Tunisie est en RDC, mais pour que j'atteigne la Tunis, j'ai dû partir de Kinshasa à Addis Abeba à Rome, Rome pour revenir en Afrique. C'est un non-sens. Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, le problème de la connectivité de pays est plus que capital. Si on ne sait pas, je vais aujourd'hui, je parle avec ma sœur, j'ai une opportunité. Pour qu'on se communique, je dois d'abord passer par Bruxelles, Bruxelles, Paris. Ça, ce n'est pas la connectivité de la L, quoi. Il faut qu'il y ait fluidité. De gens, on a parlé des douanes. Fluidité, non seulement de marchandises, mais fluidité dans les déplacements. Premier obstacle. Deuxième obstacle, on l'a dit ce matin, Vicky, c'est inacceptable. On veut bâtir comme ça. L'Union européenne l'a fait, ça fait plus de 40 ans. Aujourd'hui, dans le 27 pays de l'Union africaine, il n'y a plus de problème de circulation, il n'y a plus de visa. Une fois que vous avez les visas de Schengen, vous circulez dans tout le pays de l'Union africaine. À quand le visa comme ça? À quand? Ça nous permettrait, moi demain matin, je vais avoir la marchandise au Kenya, comme madame est en train de chercher des représentants, je peux être représentant, mais comment je vais arriver? Il faut que je demande d'abord au visa. Ça me prend du temps. C'est de l'argent, le temps, Vicky. C'est de l'argent. Alors, facilitons-nous. Ce sont les deux obstacles. On n'a pas parlé des digitales. Vicky, je parle de la praticabilité des femmes avec lesquelles moi je travaille, qui sont dans le village. Si elles n'ont pas l'accès à l'énergie, comment vous allez les atteindre avec l'Internet? Impossible. C'est impossible. Parlons peu, mais parlons bien. Que nos politiques comprennent les réalités de chaque pays comme ça et qui trouvent réellement des politiques adaptées pour chaque pays pour que ces comme ça soient inclusifs. Dans chaque pays, il faut pas qu'il y ait deux comme ça à deux mesures, que c'est là qui vont monter et d'autres qui vont rester. Voilà un peu en quelque sorte, moi, les obstacles. Mais j'ai dit, ce n'est pas impossible. Je suis profondément africaine. Vous me voyez, même ma tenue, elle est africaine. Je consomme africain. Moi, je dis, si aujourd'hui, j'arrive à Tunisie, je ne partirai pas sans acheter le produit des femmes en Tunisie. Parce que quand j'achète leurs produits, je participe au développement pas seulement de la Tunisie, mais de la femme africaine. J'ai arrêté de consommer Louis Vuitton. J'ai arrêté. Ils ont déjà leurs milliards. Il est temps que les Africains deviennent aussi des milliardaires.
Okay. My translator also got very passionate and she's continuing on and on and on. So I'm trying to listen to the whole story. So I think we have, that was a very, very compelling contribution. Thank you very much. Now, I will leave with one question. We have a platform. I'm finishing. Last one, they'll have 1 minute. We have a platform right now, and I know of a platform of an individual who has managed to harness the AFCFTA. Now, this is the case study. He has managed to bring all the countries together. He presented a solution at the African Union Summit. He is able to connect aggregators in each and every country. So he's able to ask, bring this product, I'll take it to you there. But imagine what percentage of women is bringing the product for that aggregation. So, parting short, you have this framework. How do you think you can support this initiative? Because I think it's a fantastic one that can actually take advantage of the AFCFTA framework and be able to deliver on that framework from your perspectives. And she's there, so you only have 1 minute to think through and give us an answer for the woman. Over to you. 1 minute, yeah, you can talk.
Oui, je peux dire ceci. Déjà, à notre niveau, étant que chapitre, la plateforme d'ailleurs de la ZLECAf, on en a parlé, nous, on était dans une conférence et nous poussons les femmes à y participer et à souscrire. Pourquoi? Parce que ça permet déjà la connectivité virtuelle, ça permet déjà la présentation de vos produits, ça permet déjà de vous connaître sur la plateforme. Et j'insiste, Vicky, j'insiste là-dessus. Il faudrait absolument qu'on sensibilise énormément aux avantages de COMESA et à ZLECAf. Parce que moi, je suis arrivée ici, j'ai eu l'information. Mais combien? Moi, je ne parle pas de ces femmes qui, comme moi, ont l'accès à l'information. Vicky, la personne qui détient l'information a le pouvoir de décision. Ça veut dire cette femme dans le village, si elle n'a pas accès à la plateforme, elle ne connaît même pas si ça existe. Comment voulez-vous qu'il y adhère? Donc la sensibilisation et la vulgarisation de tous ces produits ou de toutes ces opportunités que présente la ZLECAf et le COMESA doivent arriver à atteindre cette femme qui est dans le fond de village. À ce moment-là, on parlera réellement de l'inclusivité. Merci.
Thank you very much. Yes, Winnie.
Thank you. I am aware of the platform. It's a Kenyan digital ecosystem trading platform that has been developed by an FCFTA trading company. And what this platform does, because it is a digital platform, it aggregates all opportunities, suppliers on one side, and all other partners on the other side. It even affords you opportunities to negotiate finance. But the success of this platform is transactions, is measuring volume of trade. And the first thing that we need to do is actually go and register. For those who are aware, I agree there are those who are not aware, but we have to start with where we are. Those that can, and I would encourage the COMFWIB chapters, is to register on this platform. In FOWEC in Kenya, we have a partnerships with this platform, and this platform is being scaled across all our embassies in Kenya, across Africa, and start trading. Because up until we trade, up until I trade through COMESA, up until I'm able to take my goods from Nairobi to Kinshasa or Lubumbashi in DRC, then we are not doing anything. So it's starting to trade. And the challenge I have with, and I agree with Madam from DRC, is women don't take these opportunities. We just don't. We say we want to do it, but we don't. We are not courageous to stand up or bold enough to say, I want to trade with Tanzania. I want to trade with Egypt. How do I do it? There is a COMFWIB chapter in Egypt. There is a COMFWIB chapter in Tunisia. Up until we get to that point when we say we want to trade and measure the amount of value that we trade in, then we will not be doing anything. We will just be meeting in these panels and having very nice conversations. So I think that I would want to encourage women to be bold, use whatever platform is available where in your country, and the first step is a COMFWIB chapter in your country. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, added to these points, I think a platform only is not enough. It should be complemented with some work on the ground. Like imagine like something like Uber or Bolt or these platforms, they have people on the ground who train drivers, who recruit them and everything. And also so with doing some publicity, but not only publicity, but also again, capacity building of some people. On trade, women from DRC or from Kenya aspiring to trade to another African country, I would say maybe to start from what is already working with those who are already trading abroad. This is not an easy job, but it is a chain where it can start from those who are already trading cross-border. They will pull other people, suppliers, aggregators that will support them on that trade with products, with certified products, with quality products. And then the system would then evolve. But thinking of a small farmer or a young entrepreneur who will invade the world with products, it requires some time. But I think a young entrepreneur who is producing something that is good needs a trader and needs an exporter who is in business. And I think our role is to make this chain working. Just a final comment, maybe relevant, maybe irrelevant to this point. All the systems, the platforms, the international regulations started from the private sector. It did not start from government. Once the private sector is strong enough and there is a critical mass of entrepreneurs and there is a size of the business, they will push to make things happen, and they will push for reforms. They will push for platforms.
Yes.
And I think we need to do a lot on just enabling more businesses to come out, to flourish, to grow.
Yeah.
And collaboration with the private sector organization is key in making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Any other
much.
comment? So,
Mrs. Victoria, we have
one last one from Miss Noura.
Je vais prendre une minute juste pour ajouter une information, c'est que les plateformes, il ne suffit pas qu'ils sont là seulement. Il y a le travail de sensibilisation et le travail de sensibilisation, c'est un travail complémentaire entre l'État et le secteur privé. Je reviens encore à l'exemple que j'ai donné, la plateforme numérique de 50 millions de femmes africaines qui parlent, elle était implémentée en Tunisie, c'est le ministère chargé de la femme, et avec les délégations régionales, ils ont pu arriver aux femmes dans le plus profond la République tunisienne, même les femmes qui sont sur les frontières. Et en parallèle, le secteur privé, dont la CNFCE, il a fait un grand travail aussi dans la sensibilisation des femmes adhérées aux organisations privées. Donc, j'insiste que la sensibilisation, elle est très importante. Oui, on peut ne pas avoir l'Internet. Par exemple, 50 millions de femmes, ce sont les femmes du ministère de la femme qui se déplacent vers les femmes dans leur maison. La femme peut ne pas avoir un téléphone. Elle utilise le portable de son mari ou de son fils juste pour s'inscrire et pour avoir un code. Comme ça, elle a un compte dans la plateforme. C'est-à-dire, si la volonté est là, on peut tout faire et on peut avancer. C'est ce que je veux dire. Et merci.
Thank you. And last but not least, Colonel, you have a parting remark?
Merci. Pour moi, je voudrais dire que l'École nationale douane, c'est à votre disposition pour être une école de formation en matière douane pilote pour concrétiser vos options, pour concrétiser tous vos objectifs. Nous sommes disponibles pour vous endosser avec notre expérience, que ce soit en matière de formation digitale. Aussi, on a LMS, le Learning Management System, à votre disposition, où on a dédié une partie pour la coopération internationale et nationale, et on a commencé ce projet de coopération et de collaboration. Donc, profitez de notre engagement donné. J'insiste bien pour nous tous, pour le leadership, l'audace, et ensemble, nous avons une future continentale et l'intégration commerciale. Nous avons le potentiel. Donc, travaillons ensemble pour le futur de notre continent.
All right. Thank you very much. There you have it, our esteemed panel. You have everyone represented here talking about how we can take advantage of the AFCFTA. My parting shot is that we need to raise awareness. And I like the fact that you talked about Uber. We need to think about the AFCFTA framework as a business enabler and just get into it. So it's not about the government. We are here. We can actually do it. So let's give another round of applause for the lovely panel. And perhaps stand up and we take a photograph, right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, as you are.
Thank you very much. Je remercie chaleureusement tous les intervenants. Et entre-temps, je vous propose de passer directement au panel 3. pour ne pas empiéter davantage sur le programme, pardon. With your kind permission, I suggest that we move directly to the next session. We continue our exploration of the opportunities offered by African Continental Free Trade Area. We now move to session 3, unlocking African Continental Free Trade Area opportunities through women and youth participation in regional value chains. It is my pleasure to invite the moderator of this session, Mrs. Taqwa Krayem. Mrs. Taqwa, the floor is yours. It's yours?
No. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear partner and colleague, it's a really pleasure and honor for me to moderate this third session of the 7th COMESA Women Business Trade Fair and Conference. Our topic today is not only strategic, but essential to shaping a more inclusive, resilient, and prosperous future for our continent, Africa. Unlocking AFCFTA opportunities through women's and youth participation in regional value chains. Let me start with a simple reflection. A few decades ago, Africa economic integration was a vision and aspiration. Today, it's becoming a reality. With AFCFTA, Africa is creating the largest free trade area in the world. 54 countries.
Okay. Please, كما شكون ساه. Qui a oublié ses cartes sur le... Je ne sais pas. Pardon. S'il vous plaît, le panel 3, si vous permettez. Oui. On ne peut rien faire, on va essayer de faire vite. On va essayer de respecter le temps parce qu'en fait, on a prévu le déjeuner à 14h. On va déborder un peu, mais pas trop.
OK.
Mission impossible?
On essaye. May I have your attention, please? With AFCFTA, Africa is creating the largest free trade area in the world. 54 countries, 1.3 billion people, and over $3.4 trillion in economic potential. But let us be clear, this conversation is not about the size of the market. It's about who will shape it, who will benefit from it, and who will drive its growth. AFCFTA cannot be reduced to a trade framework. It must become an accelerator of industrialization, a driver of structural transformation, a creator of decent jobs, a catalyst for dynamic regional value chains, and a platform that delivers inclusive growth. But this transformation cannot happen without women and youth. Today, according to Afrobarometer, unemployment is the top political priority for African youth, with 37% identifying it as the most urgent issue to address. And according to the International Labour Organization, ILO, nearly 72% of youth aged between 25 and 29 are not in decent job, but in vulnerable job and informal employment. Young women are the most affected, making up 3 out of 5 youth who are NEET, not in employment, in education, or in training. But there is also hope. By 2050, 73 million young Africans will join the labor market. This is one of Africa's greatest opportunities because African youth are not just looking for a job, but decent job. They want to create, innovate, build business, and lead. They want to produce in Africa and trade in Africa. This is exactly what AFCFTA promises, turning raw material into value-added product and goods, turning border into a bridge, turning SMEs into regional champions, and making women and youth the driver of Africa transformation, not only beneficiary. This is why we are here today, not to repeat the challenge, but to focus on solution. How do we integrate women and youth into regional value chains? How do we remove barriers to finance and market? How do we turn AFCFTA into a real engine for jobs and innovation? And finally, in 10 years, will we say AFCFTA increased the trade, or it transformed the life of new generation of women entrepreneurs and young innovators who have reshaped Africa's economic landscape? Let's reflect on that together. To kick off our discussion, we will hear from two distinguished speakers. First, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Lucas Fernandez Mosquera from ICID, the Spanish Development Corporation, who will share insight on Spain's commitment to inclusive and sustainable development in Africa. Mr. Mosquera, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, authorities, ambassadors, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I promise I'll be done in 3 minutes. The words that we want to hear today are the words of our panelists. At the end, we are here today to observe and enable dreams and observe and enable stories. It is a great honor for me to address you all on a matter of notable importance for the Spanish cooperation, namely the development of women and youth on the African continent. Because to speak today of the African Continental Free Trade Area is to speak of the youth and women of tomorrow. And so, allow me to explore with you what the potential of a continent-wide project that aims to connect a single market of more than 1.4 billion people entails. Every market is always the place or process where two interested parties come together. To speak of trade, therefore, is always to speak of the integration of interests. It is about overcoming barriers imposed on the will of actors, separated by borders, lack of opportunities, or denial of access to information. But we must not fall into the trap of simplistically thinking that this exchange of interests or intention is merely a game for two. Rather, in an interconnected world such as ours, overcoming trade barriers is the way to bring societies closer and to reconsider the notion of borders. Integration is the core of the 2063 agenda, or in other words, to achieve integration by bringing regions closer together across an entire continent. However, this endeavor cannot be achieved in a single morning, nor in weeks or months, but rather through daily effort that begins with us today, here and now. In this regard, COMFWEB, COMESA Federation of Women in Business, has been taking action throughout the last 6 and now 7 sessions of this trade fair. To move towards this integration, we need common ground. Common ground which, in certain cases, requires the impetus and support of as many social and political actors as possible. This is particularly true for young people and women whose talent and hard work need nothing more than a platform on which to showcase their potential. Moving then from lack of opportunities to feasible possibilities. Africa is the continent with the youngest population in the world. 70% of sub-Saharan Africa is under the age of 30, and the numbers are expected to increase in the foreseeable future. With regards to women, the economic dimension is central to women's empowerment in our current societies. That is why, in order to unlock the potential of a continental market, the focus must be on them, on those who hold the greatest weight on the scale and whose genuine and effective inclusion has the potential to transform the present. That is why we cannot leave them behind. We cannot deny them the opportunity to try. This is the vision shared by Auda Nepad and AECID when launching the Koigwa program, or creating opportunities for youth and women in Africa, a multi-annual alliance that aims to invest 20 million euros into the development of women and youth through 3 pillars or components: capacity building programs, support for socioeconomic inclusion, and the Biawe program or business incubators. A shared vision that trained 47 young people and women entrepreneurs in 2025, and that aims to train a total of 300 during the 2026-2027 period. However, the distinctive feature of this program lies in the aim to delegate leadership to those who have the most knowledge and are closest to day-to-day realities. In other words, the subdelegation agreements with the regional economic communities is, in this domain, in which we are lucky enough to share goals and values with the Commercia Federation of Women in Business. Let me conclude by returning to my opening remarks. As I said at the beginning, every market is nothing more than the integration or convergence of interests. But when it comes to women and youth, who make up more than 70% of population, we are not talking about the interests of a particular group, but about the interests of an entire society and an entire continent. Let us all then make the most of the opportunity offered by ComFweb, as it is the first step towards turning our present into a shared market and a shared future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your valuable insight. Now I'm pleased to welcome our second keynote speaker, joining us online, Mr. Martin Oostermeer from the International Labour Organization, ILO.
Can you hear me well? Yes, okay. I see that you see me. Very good.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you for confirming. Excellencies, distinguished representatives of COMESA, COMESA Federation of Women in Business, ladies and gentlemen. I hope there are also some entrepreneurs in the audience, the entrepreneurs, colleagues, friends. It's really a great pleasure to join you today in this from the EU Regional Trade Fair, Business Conference, under the theme of One Market, One Future, digital pathways for harnessing the AFCFTA. At the same time, I've been in Perisburg, standing between and the lunch break. I have already postponed quite a little bit. So let me try to convey my main points to you briefly, and then jump into the panel discussion, and then hopefully have a lunch break soon. So this conference comes rightly at a time where it places women and youth entrepreneurs at the center of Africa's economic transformation and regional integration agenda. And the African Continental Free Trade Area represents one of the most ambitious economic projects in the world. It creates the possibility of a truly integrated African market, connecting more than 1 billion customers. 1 billion customers, and opening new opportunities for trade, investment, industrialization, and innovation. But I would like to make one very simple argument today, and this is that the success of the AFCFTA will not be measured by the number of agreements signed. I know some policymakers think this is the goal, to have as many agreements signed, but I think the success will be measured by the number of decent jobs created. And for the International Labour Organization, decent work and social justice is the compass that should guide Africa's economic transformation. Because economic growth alone is not enough, and trade alone is also not enough. Investment alone is not enough. What matters is whether growth generates productive employment, fair incomes, social protection, rights at work, opportunities for all women and men. And when we discuss regional value chains, I think we must ask a simple question: how do we ensure that the benefits of the AFCFTA translate into better life for African workers and entrepreneurs, and in particular for women and young people? So I think this should be one of the guiding questions we have. Now, Africa is the youngest continent. Every year there are millions of young people entering the labor market, as my colleague already said in her opening statement. And this demographic reality is often described as a challenge. It's huge challenge. I see it differently. I think it's really Africa's greatest economic opportunity. It's a huge dividend, something we can build on and capitalize from. But only if we create enough productive and decent jobs. And the sectors where we find most potentials for women and youth, these are agri-food processing, textiles, apparel, leather product, logistics, many of these sectors. But what AFCFTA offers is the possibility to move beyond fragmented national markets and actually build a regional value chain that can compete globally. So instead of exporting raw commodities, Africa can increasingly process, package, brand, and market products within the continent, and even going beyond. So instead of exporting jobs, we can create them. And if these jobs are good quality, or as the island calls them, if these jobs are decent jobs, then we can give young talents a reason to stay and not look for other opportunities in other countries. And instead of concentrating opportunities in large cities and metropolitan areas, we can generate growth across regions and communities. Women and youth are not beneficiaries of economic development. They are the drivers. They're the drivers of the economic development. And across Africa, women account for a significant share of small and mid-sized entrepreneurs and cross-border traders. And young entrepreneurs are leading innovation in technology, agribusiness, services, but they continue to face structural barriers to prosper, to grow, to flourish. And many women entrepreneurs struggle to access finance, productive markets, market information, business networks, and many young entrepreneurs that have ideas, bring talent, but they have lack opportunities to grow their business. Then this is not only a social issue, this is an economic issue. Africa cannot achieve its full growth potential while half of its talents remain underutilized. This is why inclusion must move from the margins of trade policy into its center, right into the center. And every AFCFTA implementation strategy or vision needs to ask questions like, how will women-led and women-owned enterprises benefit? And how will young entrepreneurs participate? And how will new decent jobs be created? How will existing jobs become of higher quality or become more decent? And how will SMEs integrate into this regional value chain? So these are very important questions. And this is precisely the philosophy behind the ILO's mainstreaming employment into trade investment program. It's a project, short called METI, which is co-funded by the European Union and implemented in several North African and Middle Eastern countries. And through METI, the ILO has worked with governments, with social partners, to ensure that trade investment policies are not viewed solely through the lens of economic growth, but through the lens of employment creation and inclusion. And the program has supported policymakers in assessing how trade investment decisions affect jobs, especially for those jobs for women and youth, and how they affect small and medium-sized enterprises. It has helped building capacity and create dialogue between ministries responsible for trade, investment, labor, economic development, as well as with workers and employers organizations. And one of the key lessons from this METI program is that trade policies become more effective when employment objectives are integrated right from the beginning, right in the design phase. When we connect investment promotion, enterprise development, skills policies, and labor market outcomes, we create a virtuous circle in which trade generates competitiveness and decent jobs. This is possible. This is exactly the kind of integrated approach the AFCFTA requires if we want to see that more trade investment results in more and better jobs. If regional value chains are engines of transformation, then skills are the future. Skills are so important. And when the ILO celebrated its centenary, about 7 years ago, the ILO's Future of Work Global Commission identified digitalization, automation, AI, green technologies as some of the key drivers to shape the future of work. And this transformation is already happening here, now, today. And the question is whether women and youth will be prepared to benefit from it. So now coming back to the skills. Today's entrepreneurs need much more than just technical expertise. They need digital skills, including how to navigate artificial intelligence. They need business management capabilities. They need financial literacy, market intelligence, innovation, problem solving, name it. We therefore need to have strong partnerships between the governments, training institutions, and workers and employers organizations. And skill system must become more responsive to market demand. Training programs must reach women and youth, not only in capital cities, but also in rural areas. The ILO is therefore promoting sectoral skills councils. These are councils which bring together or which bridge the gap between industry needs and the government policy, education, and training. They bring together different stakeholders. And the ILO has several good practice examples. And the METI program is currently considered piloting such councils in several countries, including in Egypt, Algeria, and Jordan. But if we think of these agri-entrepreneurs, then we need also initiatives such as the Raya project. It's another project implemented by the ILO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, through a multi-donor trust fund. So Raya stands for Responsible Agri-Food Investment for Youth Employment, Food Systems Transformation, and Sustainable Development. And it's implemented in Tunisia. And the Raya project supports young agripreneurs, so entrepreneurs in the agricultural sector, in developing sustainable and responsible and investment-ready businesses. It combines entrepreneurship support, coaching, and responsible investment principles, and access to business development service. Why is this important? Because participation in value chains is not simply about producing more. It's about producing better. It's about producing with meeting a certain product standard, about building bankable businesses. It's about attracting investments, and of course, about creating decent jobs. So through initiatives such as the Raya project, young entrepreneurs are encouraged to move beyond subsistence activities and build competitive enterprises that can connect to regional and international markets. And this is exactly the type of enterprise upgrading that the AFCFTA requires. So the AFCFTA should not be viewed badly as a trade agreement. I think it's a development tool, it's a job creation tool, a transformation tool. Its true value lies in the ability to connect African producers, processors, traders, service providers, and consumers into stronger regional value chains. But if we want to achieve this vision, we must focus on 3 priorities, in my opinion. First priority, invest in people, especially in women and youth. So much talent. Invest in skills and enterprise development so that businesses can move up in the value chain. And thirdly, invest in institutions and policies that make trade more inclusive and environment intensive. If we succeed, AFCFTA can become a powerful accelerator of decent work, economic diversification, and shared prosperity. So let me go through the thought. I really think Africa does not lack entrepreneurs. There are plenty. Africa does not lack talent. There are so many talented people. And Africa also does not lack ambition. What is needed is the right ecosystem that allows women and youth to transform ideas into businesses, businesses into enterprises, and then enterprises into regional champions. And the International Labour Organization remains committed to working with governments, employers, and workers' organizations, as well as with you, COMESA and COMFWE, and other development partners to make this vision a reality. Because when women and youth participate fully in regional value chains, everybody benefits. Business grow, jobs are created, communities prosper. And Africa moves closer to the integrated and sustainable future envisioned by the AFCFTA, where export potential is translated to employment realities. So I hope this was clear from my side as an input, and I really thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin, for highlighting such an important point. The African Continental Free Trade Area success is not just about trade, it's about quality job and inclusion. Now let's move to our panel discussion. We are joined by an outstanding group of experts working on trade, inclusion, gender, and entrepreneurship across Africa. It's my pleasure to invite Ms. Nana Amwa, Director of Gender, Youth, and Inclusiveness at AGRA, on the stage. Ms. Shifra Chisha, CEO at Grazia Machel Trust. And Ms. Cleopatra Firi Horongo, Gender Team Leader at UNDP. Ms. Joy was unable to join us online because due to the delay of the schedule. Thank you all for being here today. We will go straight into our first question. And please share with all concrete example, practical experience. So for you, which regional value chains offer the greatest opportunity for women and youth entrepreneur under AFCFTA, and why?
Thank you very much. I think I'm audible. I think I will start by saying that the African Continental Free Trade Area presents one of the greatest economic opportunities for our generation. And I think we've heard a lot of information this morning about how women and youth need to participate. And we had the stats that were mentioned, about 70% of women that are in cross-border trade and therefore are participating. So somebody mentioned that it's not going to be about the trade that has been done, but it's going to be about who participated and how they participated. So going back to my point, I'll give you an example. Last year we had Monica, Samba, and Julian, who are part of the program that we are doing at the Graça Machel Trust, which is called Women Creating Wealth. Traveled to the DRC. They didn't come back with only business cards. They came back with opportunities. They came back with contracts. They came back with agreements signed to deliver products to the DRC. Now, that is what the African Continental Free Trade does. It provides real opportunities. It's providing real business. Now, let me go back to your question. What are the biggest opportunities? We're looking in our space with the women entrepreneurs that we are working with, at agro-processing being one of those, textile and leather, digital economy, the green economy, logistics, but I think the one that is topical for Africa is also the mining and processing of precious stones, as well as beneficiation. I think that is topical. Agriculture now still remains as one of Africa's largest exporter or employer, but we still have, or we export raw materials and then we import, I think somebody mentioned that, some processed goods. So that is where we need to look at value addition. How do we make sure that there's value addition? How do we make sure that our women look at packaging of their products and also regional distribution, and then other sectors? But lastly, just to say that the opportunity is not simply to produce more, but the opportunity that is presented now for women and youth is to add value to our products.
Thank you, Takwa, for that question. I would like to maybe just start by explaining who AGRA is and the role we play, and how trade, regional trade, especially regional food trade, is central to our work. So AGRA is a proudly African-led organization that is focused on ensuring smallholder farmers have improved livelihoods, have better incomes, and have, in essence, what we will say food systems transformation. Now, for us, with that mandate, the way we're able to turn our food security focus into economic transformation is through trade, and that's how trade is so central to our work. Now, to your question around which regional value chains are will provide the most opportunity for women and youth, I think for us, we're looking at value chains around horticulture, especially, right? That's where we see a number of women and young people already contributing to the progress and transformation of those sectors and those value chains. One key example for us in terms of the work we do, we connect aggregators and buyers to specific markets within countries as well as regional. So for instance, last year with our partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, we were able to support young people in trade to move over 32,000 tons of grain, and we created roughly about 7,000 work opportunities, which is the focus of our partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. What's really critical for us is also connecting women in agribusiness to women farmers as a credible supply chain. So within AGRA, we have an initiative known as Value for Her. I'm hoping some of the women in this room are part of it. We've been supporting Confweb and working with Confweb in the last couple of years. And what that helps us do is ensure that women in agribusiness are participating in the market system as a whole and ensuring that they're also benefiting from regional trade opportunities through through policies like the Youth and Women Trade Protocol of the AFCFTA. I think one other critical and tangible example that we've seen taking off and providing opportunities for women and youth in trade is the simplified trade regime. And at AGRA, we worked with cross-border associations in Kenya and Tanzania to ensure that between the two countries, we can trade in onion and potato without having to change currency. So I think those are some of the key, I'll say very tangible opportunities in regional trade that we can take advantage of and really leverage the AFCFTA. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you. I'm Cleopatra Piri Urongo. I'm from UNDP. Maybe without risking repeating, because the value chains that the other colleagues have highlighted remain the same, the agro and all. But maybe from where we stand, I would also want to touch on, whilst we appreciate there are some obvious value chains, the agro, that we think are leverage points for our women entrepreneurs. As UNDP, one of the things that we are very clear about is really having that evidence-based, where we support member states really to do diagnostic assessments in terms of which value chains. Contexts differ. In other countries, it might be agro. In other countries, it might be fisheries. So we need to make sure that whatever value chain that we are going to target, that we are going to place women in, it has to be very clear, where are we placing them? Where is the leverage point? Where is the capacity of women to really grow positioned? So it's very important, even within the agro, the other value chains that have been highlighted, we need to make sure that we provide evidence that will inform our interventions, but most importantly, that would also enable women to meaningfully integrate. I didn't want to repeat, these are the same value chains that we are also working on, but I thought it's also important to really anchor the issue of evidence and making sure that as we support women, we don't make so many assumptions and we restrict women to one value chain. There are issues of services that are also coming in. There's issue of goods and services. How do we unlock the different value chains from that perspective? So these are discussions that we are supporting as UNDP. We have supported a number of countries to do this assessment in Nigeria, Ghana, and Zambia. So we'll continue to support, member states in terms of really providing evidence and getting into the space to inform policy, so that whatever value chain that is going to be, whether it's regional or national value chain, because we also believe that national value chains are also important and integrate to the regional. So that would be my intervention for now, without repeating what other esteemed panelists have highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you. Very insightful. From your perspective, what are the main barriers or challenges preventing women and youth from fully participating in regional trade?
Thank you very much. I think when we've just done 2 studies. One was done in West Africa with the women in cross-border trade. We've just finished another one with the Kasumbalesa border in Zambia. And when we talk to women traders, they do not mention that, they do not ask for handouts. But what they're asking for is information. They're asking us to give them information and understanding of how this can be done. They are asking us to make sure that there's no complex systems that are not enabling for them to do business. They are asking us to say, can we make sure that the policies are harmonized so that they can benefit them? But when I talk about information and dissemination of information, I've been in the past 2 months in a room of about 1,000 women, 300 in each room. And I would ask the women, do you understand what the AFCFTA is? Do you understand what the African Continental Free Trade or AFTA, just any term they've ever had? 3 out of 300 would understand what we're talking about. So in an amount of 1,000 women, that means 9 out of 1,000 understand what this is. So dissemination of information, getting women to understand how they're going to benefit, getting cost of doing business less, and making sure that our policies are not barriers themselves, but they are enabling for women.
Thanks. And I'm glad you mentioned information, because for AGRA, one of the examples of a barrier that we fixed was not a complicated app, a digital app and platform, but it was just using what already exists. And I think we assume that women and youth who are already using platforms like WhatsApp can't be used for, sharing information, sharing data, and distilling what we may see as complex policy reforms for them to just understand what that means. I think another barrier that I would want to highlight, at least from the AGRA perspective and where we intervene, is around finance. So you hear a lot that women and youth in agribusiness are, heavily in the informal sector. Their businesses are either too small and risky to be financed by the banks, or they are too big and complex to be financed by impact investors that have, a very specific limit in terms of resourcing. So I think what that barrier then creates is this missing middle, right, of agribusinesses that don't fit the large ticket size financing options or the smaller ones. So being able to de-risk capital for women in agribusiness and youth is probably one of the most essential things for agribusinesses to take advantage of the AFCFTA protocols along the way. I think another aspect that I will add to is around market information. So a little different from the information around the protocol, but it's giving cross-border traders information of what's legal and what's not legal. Because half of the time what happens is you have cross-border traders, especially young people and women, who don't have information that something like a simplified trade regime framework is available, and it allows them to trade across borders without a clearing agent. So not having updated information on market access is also a huge barrier that I think from our perspective we're seeing across the continent. Thank you.
In addition to what has already been highlighted related to information, market access, limited market information, we are also seeing weak coordination across borders. This is also one of the issues that continue to pose, challenges. But we did a research, I think 2 years ago, where we specifically engaged women traders to really speak to some of the challenges. One of the key challenges that came in was the issue of language, where I think in the responses that we got, where language increasingly is becoming a barrier. And often at times we don't really know how to address that, or we are not intentional about it, because when we look at challenges, we are quick to talk about the non-tariff barriers and the other challenges that are very visible. But the issue of language came in very strongly from women traders to say it's very difficult for someone from Southern Africa to trade with maybe someone from Central Africa because of that language barrier. So we need to also critically think what we need to put in place for that. The other challenge, which also is very key when it comes to women traders, which has not been mentioned, is the issue of personal security, which often at times I think it also doesn't come out in these conversations in as much as there is issue of market and all, but their personal security at the different trading points. Also, it's something that we need to critically look at. So I'm leaning more to the social aspect, things that touch on women's personal security, and also things that would also facilitate them to trade outside the other issues that we all know and we are comfortable to speak about. And last but not least, the challenge that we also have seen when it comes to women, entrepreneurs, it also has to do with the issue of technology. We assume most women maybe might not be able to meaningfully engage within that space, but research and also practice has shown us that women are willing to engage, but they need the right infrastructure, the right setup, and the right systems to facilitate for them to engage. How do we also demystify and start engaging from that point of view, not to look at them as people that are disadvantaged, but people that it's shifting the narrative in terms of how we see women traders and their engagement with the digital age. So we need to also pay attention of the narrative. How do we frame our narratives around that, and how do we put in place systems that work for women, not systems that would want women to use. So we also need to reframe and see how our narratives is reshaped. But thank you.
Thank you. That clearly highlights key challenge. So now we want to know how can women and youth-owned enterprises move from informal trade to higher value participation in regional supply chains?
Thank you. I'll give you an example of one of our entrepreneurs, Mary Mulanga from Malawi. Mary started it by selling groundnuts as a small side business through the Women Creating Wealth program, which is a program being done by the Graça Machel Trust. She gains her confidence. She goes through business development. She goes through access to finance. She then is assisted with access to markets, but also she gains experience on digital marketing knowledge. And then what happens is that today Mary is actually exporting and working with neighboring countries. So this is what we require. The journey begins with the women formalizing their businesses and then getting ready and the business readiness to export. Then we're looking at how do they add value. We also look at how do they look at quality standards and packaging, because for women, they need assistance. But I think somebody who was speaking before us was talking about aggregating. I think it was the Kenya model that we spoke about earlier on, that how do they aggregate so that they can be able to be ready for this high-end value chain. So that is what we are looking at when we're working with women. The program that we do assist women to actually start from business development skills. It then gets to the point where we get them investor ready, because now they're ready to scale. And when then we get them investor ready to access finance, and post that we then say now access to markets. The program has now capacitated over 6,400 women in 6 countries. These women have created 40,000 jobs. They've touched 90,000 livelihoods, and they have amongst themselves actually raise capital and contracts and are able now to trade. We've now created a marketplace where these women from 6 countries are going to be able to trade amongst each other.
Okay, so in order not to repeat what my panel colleague just mentioned, I think from the Agra side, what we do to help businesses move from, you said informal sector to formal sector, right? I think a lot of that work is concentrated in how we support businesses to be competitive, and also work with them through specific and very tailored business development service provision. I think there's a lot of enterprises that, I mean, we already know there's a number of accelerators, there's a number of incubation programs that exist, but being able to work with enterprises, whether it's MSMEs or SMEs at the micro level, to ensure that we are accompanying them on the journey of growth and scale, right? Because in addition to being registered, there are lots of companies on the continent that are registered but have no growth and have no scale. So working with our enterprises, and we have a very strong focus on women in agribusiness through our Value for Her initiative. So working with women in agribusiness to ensure that their growth scale path is very clear from the beginning. If they are going to look for financing, they are very clear on whether it's debt financing they need or equity that's going to help them grow their business. I think another opportunity for enterprises in the informal sector to be more formalized or even take advantage of export market is also being able to build coalitions, right? You have opportunities like institutional procurements, either school feeding or hospital feeding programs or prison feeding programs. And sometimes the women and youth-led agribusinesses may not have capacities on their own, but as a conglomerate of businesses, they're able to pull together their supply to be able to meet the demands at an institutional level. So I think for us, being able to create competitiveness for businesses through BDS services is one of the areas where we believe we can support informal enterprises to move into the formal sector. Thank you.
What is important, or what is standing out for us, is how we need to move beyond once-off training and into building enterprises and being intentional about it, because often at times we congest women's diaries with so many trainings. At the end of the day, it then becomes meaningful. We need to rethink what does capacity building or enterprise building when it comes to women entrepreneurship looks like, which will also give that balance. So as UNDP, one of the models that we are currently rolling out is the supplier development model, where we are very intentional and very practical in terms of approach and how we are linking small scale informal women enterprises to larger corporates, and they also are part of their supply chain. And we are currently rolling it out in Botswana, and we have actually seen how some of these enterprises have grown to a point of job creation, just linked to what the previous speaker has highlighted. But also in Zambia, we are also doing the same, specifically looking at the agro and the mining sector. So these are some of the models that we think are also important, that can really give a leverage point for SMEs if we are able to link them, meaningfully link them to big corporates, and they also become part of the supply chain, and indirectly they also become part of the regional value chains that we are talking about. So this is just an example. I'm also mindful of time, but back to you.
Thank you. They told me that we don't have more time. So before to conclude, I want to congratulate Ms. Shifra Chiska for her new position as COO at Grazia Machel Trust. Congratulations. Thank you to our key speaker and our panelists for this rich discussion. As we close this session, one key message stands out. AFCFTA will not only succeed if it's only inclusive. The challenge is no longer the vision, but the implementation. Thank you all. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. As we conclude the first day of the 7th ConfWeb Regional Trade Fair, sorry, a photo, please. Photograph. Photograph. Okay. The photograph, please. Okay. As we conclude the first day of the 7th ConfWeb Regional Trade Fair and Business Conference, several important messages have emerged from our discussion. Regional integration remains a strategic imperative for accelerating sustainable economic growth and enhancing Africa's competitiveness. The African Continental Free Trade Area presents a historic opportunity to transform regional markets into a truly integrated continental marketplace.